Okay, I'm gonna talk to Freddie for a minute then.
You didn't get to your second thing.
I know. So I'm talk to Freddie.
Well, I don't have to do it right now.
The three of us can't talk about it.
We're in the conference.
This is the live audio test for the Tuesday, June 9th, regular town council meeting scheduled for gavel at or after 5 o'clock p.m.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
How are you?
this is what they call backrooming?
No.
Backroom
Walking
meeting?
away from you.
Oh, yeah. Microphone 1. Microphone 2.
No, it's gonna be hard to have it out.
You know, I think it's too late to stop at this time.
Microphone 3.
Forward, I think we need to have some discussion.
Microphone 4.
You know, before we
Microphone 5.
Microphone
Microphone 6.
Your cell phone number when they call.
Microphone 7.
You know.
But it is too late.
Microphone 8. Thank you very much, y'all.
Welcome, everyone. Today's Tuesday, June 9th, 2026, and we'll call this meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Allow us to lead with love and govern with respect. Please continue to keep us, guide us, and protect us all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, up first we have,
minutes. We have three different sets of minutes here. Is there anything the council would like to change? This first one? Meeting minutes of 5/12. If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Up next is the budget workshop minutes of 5/21. Is there a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Up next, we have the budget workshop minutes of 5/28.
Is there a motion?
Make the motion to approve. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those are unanimous. Up next, we have presentations, celebrations, and recognitions. Up first, we're going to have Beaufort County School District Character Student. Then we'll have a Juneteenth proclamation. Then we'll have Carolina Days proclamation. And then we'll have an update from Beaufort County Transportation Penny Tax Advisory Committee. Miss Lisa Sulka.
She's a Cherokee.
She's not here?
No, she's a Cherokee.
So this is for Camille Johnson, the 12th grader at Bluffton High. You said someone was going to be here?
And nobody came. Nobody came.
She is currently out of the area attending cheer camp.
Should be.
Okay, so we'll have to catch up with her later.
Juneteenth?
Up next, we have Juneteenth proclamation. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed an Emancipation Proclamation which declared the enslaved peoples in any state to be free forever free. On June 19, 1865, federal orders were read in Galveston, Texas, reaching to those who had not yet received word of the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. June 19th has since become a holiday that commemorates the announcement and the abolishment of slavery in Texas. The Bluffton Juneteenth celebration is sponsored and hosted by the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee with its 11th annual celebration this year. I'm Mayor Larry Toomer, along with Bluffton Town Council, do proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth Day. Is there someone to accept this? Would you like to say a few words and tell us more than I just told everybody?
Oh, you did a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, I'll be listening to that. My name is Angela Douglas. I'm accepting this proclamation on behalf of the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee. Like the mayor said, this is our 11th year celebrating. Next weekend, there's a 3-day event of celebration starting with the rodeo-themed food truck festival down at the New Riverside Park, followed by the Saturday Juneteenth festival celebration in the Ma Daisy's campus, and then Sunday concluding with a jazz brunch at Ma Daisy's as well. So for more information, follow the Bluffton MLK Observance Committee Facebook page, and we hope to see everyone come out and have a good time.
Thank you. You want to get a picture? You want to hold your trophy? Oh, I forgot to bring my voted sticker.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have Carolina Days Proclamation. I think we have Mr. Mike Williams. You want to come up here? Sure. Mr. Thomas Hayward Jr. Okay, on June 1776, the Patriot forces of South Carolina defeated Fort Sullivan against a powerful British naval assault. On July 4th, 1776, Congress voted in favor of independence, and the Declaration of Independence was published to the world. The year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of these events and represents an extraordinary convergence of local and national history. I, Mayor Toomer, along with Bluffton Town Council, do hereby proclaim June 27th through July 5th as Carolina Days and encourage all residents to join in commemorating the heroism of those who fought for American independence. And how well would you like to say more?
Well, you said it all pretty much, but I thank you, Mayor and Town Council members, for honoring Carolina Days. And we hope that you will attend some of the events. You can always go to Beaufort250.com, where we have a lot of events already listed on our website. So we hope that you will attend.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
That for you. Chief Sentence.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Up next, we'll have
Mr. Sulka, give us an update on the advisory committee, task force, whatever you call that. You have 3 minutes too.
No, I don't. It's a presentation, but hi, everybody. I'm not going to take long because y'all have been so wonderful to let me present along the way. But our committee has sunset. I'm not sure why I'm here still doing presentations, but I really do believe in this penny, and I hope people here tonight will educate themselves on this and be on the lookout for more education that will be coming soon. So I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. This is a presentation you can absolutely share, but just as a quick background, County Council had 15 spots. One of the first times we included our municipalities in a public way. So each council member gave their representative, and each town gave their representative. Thank you so much for choosing me. I was actually voted chair. Glenn Stanford of Hilton Head was vice chair. And I love this group. If you ever get a chance to go on the website and follow them, they are all ages, all demographics, all walks of life, and they really brought opinions that help, like I say, a rising tide raises all ships. And every one of these men and women realized the importance of what we were doing, that we weren't helping a street in a neighborhood, that we were helping everybody. So it was really wonderful. We had 9 meetings, and we ended up with the county. We made a final presentation on May 11th. They went to public facilities with a majority vote on that. May 25th was their reading, and I'll go through the process of what the council's done since then. But the goal is to get it on the ballot on election day. So we have a lot of people talking that have lived here for a long, long time. But then we have so many people that just moved here and didn't realize that we had passed 3 pennies. We actually passed the very first penny the state offered in 1998. So Beaufort County does a lot of firsts, and we do a lot of first things great. But we need to do the 4th thing great with this. We passed a 98 penny, we passed a 2006 penny, and we passed a 2018 penny. Look at the 3 times we had a penny. They're roughly about 16, 15, 20 years apart. The first penny was a 2-year collection. The second was a 6. The pathway penny is what I call it in 18. It really was not a transportation penny, was a 4-year program. I put this up because in 2006 was the very last time we had a true penny that really did what it was intended to do. And that was be proactive and try to catch up with what growth we had. And we all know in 2006 we were not very big, but we had the world in front of us all over this county and now all over the state. But we had projects. It was all very territorial then. I was on council, but really we started meeting about the time I was mayor in 2008. And if north of the Broad had it, south of the Broad had to have it. South of the Broad had a project, we better make sure north of the Broad's project was right behind it. It was very territorial. But y'all, if you look at this list, and you go on our roads, 278, the widening on 170, Bluffton Parkway changed our life for the better. 30% of the traffic on 278 went on Bluffton Parkway, and it eased our life. But we haven't done anything since. Not one thing on any of our roads that matter to these wonderful workers and people who are trying so hard to get to work, to their doctor's appointment, and everywhere else. So 2018, just very quickly, in your head, you may be thinking, why are we doing this? Because we haven't finished 18. It takes a long time to collect pennies. It takes a long time to build pathways. All Joy Road had 133 easements on that little stretch of All Joy Road. Everything took longer with the pathways, and COVID did not help it at all. But council got together. They are committed to completing these projects by 28, and all of the right-of-way for all of the projects in the 18 penny will have all their right-of-way taken and gathered by the end of this year. Oops, I keep going backwards, I'm sorry. So there's a great site I'd love for all of y'all to go on, BeaufortCountyPenny.com. I went on it today, and it has been updated roughly monthly. It'll get updated. But it tells you about the 18, the 26, and then the history of the penny. This is very hard to see, but if this is in Ladies Island, so it really doesn't affect us, but where the arrows are the projects that are still in process with a completion date. The last one is second quarter of 2028. The rest of them are in 26 and 27. Bluffton didn't see much with this penny, as we all know, but we did get All Joy Road, and we did get Burnt Church Road. Burnt Church Road will be the end of 27. All Joy Road, as you see it, is getting completed. I'd say 3/4 of the way there. There are some completed projects, and then the arrows show right-of-way and design, and I think the latest is 27. So the projects on 28 will be complete by the time we start collecting the penny on this penny referendum. So what's the reality of it? I've gone around and talked to people. The state's going to do it. The county should cut their budget. They should do it. Everyone should do it, but us is really what I've gathered. This state of South Carolina is doing interstates and bridges. That is all they're doing. They own 41,000 miles of roadway, which is the 4th largest in the country, but we're in the bottom 10 in size of state. Don't ask me why. What'd we do way back then when South Carolina thought we could have all these roads? But we own a lot of roads, 41,000 miles. So the money they get is going to interstate widening and bridges. We are one of 3 counties without a penny. Everyone surrounding us, all the way through until you get to Clemson and Greenville. Oconee and Greenville and Beaufort County are the only 3 counties in the state without a transportation penny. We have neighbors that pass it easily. Jasper has their penny passed, and you're going to see signs along the road right now if you go down 278 that show you the progress they're making. So this 15-member committee focused on the council guidelines from the county, widening, resurfacing dirt paving, and safety intersection improvements. But we as a group really within that focused on safety, evacuation routes, hot spots. Mr. Rickett was on our committee, and he worked with you and Beaufort chief to really figure out the local hot spots, and then the sheriff's department gave us theirs, and mainly movement of transportation. So real quick, we listened to Beaufort County School District. We listened to the CTC, the Dirt Road Committee through the county. We went to Hilton Head. We went to Beaufort. We went to Bluffton. Loved when we went to Bluffton because it was in the worst area in the world for traffic, and everyone drove around that circle and saw all the traffic on 170 and all the traffic coming and going from Savannah. Beaufort, Bluffton, Port Royal, and Hilton Head. The sheriff's office talked to us. Stephanie with Lance talked to us. So we all listened. We didn't have the background to figure this out. So why not just listen to the people who live it and breathe it? And that is how our 15-member committee came up with a fabulous list. We had if we would have had 3 more meetings, we would have been closer to $2 billion in projects. We had to stop it. So we cut that $1.47 billion project list almost in half to $780 million for 8 years. We sent to the county council the recommendation along with that penny and the amount. We recommended that they create an oversight committee to get updates quarterly. We believe that the municipalities need to be at the table with the county and see where the municipalities maybe could take on their own projects if they have the bandwidth to do so, but mainly just to follow through with them on timing, what we're doing as a municipality, and how it can complement whatever project that reacts to whatever project each town's doing. We wanted them to be flexible, and we wanted them to consider bonding. Complete Streets is a new state program. If you widen a state road, by law now, you have to do pathways other than 278. We included that because nobody has agreed ever to put a pathway on 278. But 170 and 46, if they widen the roads, pathways come with it. Go for matching funds, and this enhanced safety striping is pretty interesting. The standard is 4-inch. 6-inch is super safe, and we are including that with any resurfacing or widening, that we do 6-inch striping. So we had 4 pillars, 45 projects in intersection and safety. That was the most important lane they gave us. 16 resurfacing, 18 dirt road paving, and 4 widening projects. Since May 11th, we have presented to the Association of Realtors on Hilton Head, Beaufort, the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, Sun City Neighborhood Association twice, the regional committee, Hilton Head, Beaufort, Port Royal, Bluffton, and Hardyville mayors, so LOCO, the Northern Regional Planning Committee, and I'm going to the Greater Bluffton Chamber of Commerce on the 17th. So here are our updates. First reading passed 10-0, with an amendment that was passed to extend the number of years to 9, because after our committee sunset, Department of Revenue told the county that we also can tax unprepared food. And unprepared food is going to burden, thank you, residents. So county council voted to not tax unprepared food. Well, that's about $12 million a year if you tax unprepared food. So we had to extend the number of years to keep our dollar amount that we desperately needed to do the projects we had listed. So that was an amendment that was passed, and first reading it passed. Second reading was last night, and I don't know about any of y'all, but if you couldn't sleep, that's the YouTube to look at. It was 4.5 hours long. It was hard. I know, it was really hard. Passed 8-3. They added an amendment to put our entire list on the referendum, because the way the ordinance was written in draft form, it was very vague about the list. Could they change the list? Could they delete the list? And Joe Passament made the amendment, the motion to put our list, which I'll show y'all, on the ballot, which I thought was great, because all that hard work, to watch it wiggle away would be frustrating. And they also passed an amendment to approve a bond question, which is the second question on the ballot, up to 450, holy moly, I put 4 zeros here. I don't know what that came up to be, $450 million. So that passed on second reading. Not quite sure why 2 of the 3 voted no. I think they had a few more questions where they represented, but it did pass 8-3, which I was very excited about. Third reading is June 22nd. This is super, super small, but it is worth it if y'all can download it on your screens and pull it up. So Joe Passament put this spreadsheet together. These are the projects. It's the project name, the estimated cost. The estimated cost has a contingency factor on top of it being based off of 2030 cost. So there is more contingency in there than we saw in past pennies. The category we were in, and what district it covered. And if you would see a map later on, you're going to see our projects. We didn't look at the map to see, well, they're getting it, so we need to put one here and here and here. When we came up with a list, it covered all of Beaufort County, which was wonderful to see. I I heard somebody at public comment say we didn't know what we were doing and we weren't following the studies. So I went back to all the studies that LATS has done, and on that first column, you'll see what project aligns with what study there is. So you see pretty much on just this screen, the majority of the projects match a study that LOCOG or LATS or the towns have done. These are more intersection safety, then you have widening, and then the bottom is resurfacing and dirt road paving. They would not have a study with them, but they are projects that have run through the county CTC, County Transportation Committee, and they're the dirt road committee that gets money from the state. They have enough money to pave 2 miles of dirt road a year, and we have over 75 miles of dirt road in this county, and we have 14, I think, of these dirt roads that have been on some lists for 30 years. They don't affect us, but they affect north of the Broad, and this committee felt like it's about time to get this list cleaned up and get them looking on the next 17 or 20 roads out of the 75. This is on the Penny website. And you'll see there's purple and red and yellow. All of the little dots and the lines from Beaufort County, you'll see we're covering every section of Beaufort County. And you can go on this. It's pretty much good. It's interactive. I'm going to show you just two that y'all had suggested. So this is the this is 170 that goes to Jasper County line. This is on that map. If you go to the interactive map and touch it, and you see a sheet just like this pop up. I just did this as an example because this was one of y'all's projects. It'll tell you if it's the safety action plan. It tells you the study. It gives you more information. If you see the bottom left where you see the legend, fatal injury, serious injury, suspected injury, there are a lot of dots on that road. And if y'all get to your computer and you'll pull it up, that's going to make a huge difference. And I see Chief shaking his head, so that's good. This is just an example of the Buckwalter change. This also was under the safety action plan, and it'll show you, again, the legend, where all the injuries are, and it'll give you a little more information about what the plan is. They want to upgrade the signals at Buckwalter Parkway, the McCracken. You'll see the description. So it's very well vetted, it's very transparent, and it's right there for you to go on and go and look at this map and kind of see where we're focused. Every municipality got every project they requested, and this committee felt of anybody, along with the police departments and law enforcement, who knows their roads better than towns and law enforcement, and that's really where we lean to. And I had someone from Beaufort had on his list a lot of Bluffton projects. I had someone from Hilton Head who put a lot of Beaufort projects on their list. I mean, we realized we are going to help these workers coming from Beaufort to Hilton Head and everywhere in between every single day. I don't know how they do it. I can do it once a week. So it is a huge list. We are not going to catch up, but we are going to make a huge impact. We had over 150 projects, 1.47 billion, and it was growing. The Realtors Association in this town did surveys, and number one issue, transportation. That is it. Questions?
Questions from council, Ms. Frazier?
No, good job. Very thorough, and I like how it's paired with the comparable studies, so those who have previous questions on if has this been vetted or not get to see the transparency of the scope of what you all are projecting.
And going back to that, this is the first time we've had a penny where we've had so much professional work on the back end through labs. They've done the work. You know, we're out our guide share for so many years because of the Backwater Bridge and going to Savannah. That's where all the money was going for, I think, 20 years when we set the MPO up. But they did have money to do studies, and the studies matter because now we can go right from design to construction. The widening is going to take a while. It's not going to be done in 2 years, but you're going to start seeing a lot of movement on this penny. So thank you for that. I agree.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, I want to, I've said this to you personally, and I've heard lots of accolades come your way. To take a 15-person committee and get them to agree to present something unanimously to the county council was remarkable. And I think you were probably the only person in Beaufort County that could have made that happen. We used to have you up here as mayor, so we know how you are. But it was a great job, and again, I've heard nothing but positive feedback from you and about you and the committee. And I just want to, for the public's knowledge, you couldn't say everything at one time here, but the synchronization of the lights is part of this.
Yeah.
That's something that everybody asks about
Yeah.
constantly. And the other thing that impacts is not just the workers, but the school buses.
Yeah.
So
And the school district, we did
School
hear
district.
from them. Thank you, Dan. You know, I told everyone, I spoke to the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber, I said, I want to challenge you, and I'll challenge anyone here. Go to Beaufort for a week, 3 days out of the week. Go and then turn around and come back here and put yourself in the car. The majority of them are workers. They're trying to get to Hilton Head. They're trying to go to Hardyville. They're trying to come to Bluffton. Dropping their children off at JP2, going to the new charter school. I mean, it's a lot of traffic. Now, put in that traffic the people who just have to get to a doctor's appointment, you know, the in and outs. But those workers every day, imagine their mindset when they come to work. And then imagine their mindset if they're late picking up their children, if there's an accident on the island, they have to get groceries, and then they're home. Imagine that family. I didn't have that. I didn't have to be in a traffic jam every day. And I said, just put yourself in those shoes. Do it once, but then imagine this person's doing it 10 times a week. And I think that really hit an accord with the group, and I think county council really started thinking about it, and that's what we did it for. And if you do not like it, and don't vote for it, but be happy with what we have, because no one else is going to fix this problem. Nobody.
Ms. Martin?
I agree with everything said. Thank you for representing us so well, and your presentation was very thorough, and I love all the details, and I think it answers a lot of questions. I hope we can get all of this information out just to educate people on the funding and everything behind it.
And this was a first. County council unanimously supported putting out an RFP for an education consultant. And they have decided, I haven't heard who it was, but I think there were 10 applications, and they have one. So that's on board to help educate. I have heard through many of these presentations, once it goes through third reading, and county is aware, resolutions will be passed, and there are other groups that want to pay for advocacy. So people are really starting to realize this is important. We just have to have the right bullet points to combat, because there are people that just don't want anything to happen, and they're out there now talking about it. So real other thing, Mark Lawson said, it was interesting. He said, you know, we just passed a $200 million budget. We've had people on next door say the county can do all of this. We don't need to do this. He said, we can't cut our budget. We wouldn't have anybody to run the projects. But say we used every penny that was in our budget. That's 4 years, but then you don't have any employees because you've kind of shut down the county. Take 10%, 20 million. Say you can cut 20 million. How many years is that? 37. So this is how we can do it, make the most from our visitors, take the load off of us with unprepared foods. And I don't care who is on county council. I don't care who the administrator is. This is going to be managed by the state. This money is going to be put toward projects. So we've got to surround ourselves with that and knock out the noise that's going on right now.
Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you, Lisa. Education is always the only avenue that we have to get these type of projects done. Voters don't have the time to sit down and do the studies that your committee did. And voters have no way of knowing how you got to your final decisions, because So when we have an opportunity like tonight, where, and first of all, I believe that this is a regional problem. This is not just Bluffton, okay? But for Bluffton, I think we need to know how and how it's going to impact us if we do, and then we need to know how it's going to impact us if we don't pass this.
Well, if we don't, y'all have lived the last 10 years with traffic, and people are moving here. We can't shut down life. It's just going to keep building. If we do, Jared at the county has another RFP out on engineering services, and I think he had about 20 come in, and he needs about 12, somewhere in that number, where he has engineers that he can start shuffling things off. Hilton Head wants to manage their projects. So if we can come up with a memorandum of understanding with Hilton Head, they've got the bandwidth to do it. That's going to be 6 projects that the county can oversee, but doesn't have to manage. If the town of Bluffton wants to do the resurfacing of our town roads, I mean, there are going to be ways we can sit at the same table. Well, staff can sit at the same table and figure it out. The county will take some. There's a lady from Port Royal that represented Port Royal, and she was an engineer, and she used to work for DOT. Her whole goal was to go in concert with Jasper. Like, whatever Jasper's doing, we need to take Jasper line and move on. And that's the 278, the 170, and 46 for our side. But equally, there are projects on north of the Broad that will blend into Jasper. So it's really well thought out. And I think it's the right time. We got to educate.
Thank you.
Ditto to what everyone else said. Thank you for serving. You know, you threw me under the bus one time. That's why I'm sitting up here. So.
Throw you back under.
Thank you.
Hey,
I don't remember putting it on me. Oh, yeah, I did. It's right there.
I watched that until 10:30 last night when
Yeah.
I was about to fall asleep.
The only thing I didn't get was, what was the reasoning for the cap of 450
So,
bond?
yeah, so during one of the meetings, the bond, it must have been after it went to county council. And I even told the county, I said, I was confused in 24 over the bond question, but you have to put it on the ballot a certain way. A lot of the legal jargon. So you go in and you go to vote and you're like, oh, they want 780 million, but then they want another 780 million. It's really confusing, the questions on the ballot, because if you're not following, you're thinking now the county is saying, well, I want 780, but then I want to bond 780, but they don't realize bonding is just kind of a loan to pay back, and they don't understand it. So we're just trying to be conservative. 450 million, if we can bond up to that, and that gets passed, you're going to see absolutely resurfacing will start within a month, but you're going to see a focus on 170, 46, and 278. That is going to see signs getting up really quickly. But if we don't bond, so you pass it in November, they start collecting in May of the following year, takes a year to get it, so now you're 2 years into it. You can see why a 4-year penny doesn't work, because halfway through it, you don't even have the money. So that's the reason.
Yeah, and I wasn't bonding, I wouldn't support it if they weren't gonna bond it and do it. Because if you wait until you got the money to do it, it's gonna cost twice as much to do.
You're only gonna end up with half of the project done anyway.
So I was in favor of bonding so that they could get to work in more than just 1 or 2 areas, you know, so.
And we have it,
Lessons that we've learned here.
well, I was about to, because I talked about you with New Riverside, because your suggestion was to bond the thing and get it done, and what are this phasing mess? We have the ability to do it. Something like this has to get voted on.
Right.
So I hope people pass both. We can pass the penny and not the bond, but if we pass the bond and not the penny, it doesn't matter. But we really should do both.
Well, it's really going to be the way it's written. I mean, if you just make them understand that this is to help us start construction sooner than later, it's no additional money.
Right.
That's the key.
Right.
So, and I want to say also, again, you don't have to say everything in here, but the Parkway will get some benefit out of this as well.
Y'all, we have a lot of it. I mean, we're the growing area, but and I'll real quick, if people are listening or watching, I heard constantly, Hilton Head, sorry, Terry, Hilton Head gives all the penny. Hilton Head gives the majority of the penny. Why aren't we taken care of first? Well, I did my own research, and Jared helped me. The 2018 penny, Hilton Head contributed 30% of that penny, not 67%, which was told to me at the committee. Unincorporated Beaufort County is 40%, and then, no, 30%. And then Beaufort, Hilton, Bluffton, and Port Royal is 40%. That was in 18. Department of Revenue said it's dropping because Beaufort's growing, Bluffton's growing, Hilton Head isn't seeing the growth in residential as much, so their penny, they're probably about 28% now. But it's still even, and we're helping everyone.
What people have to realize is if you don't go by boat or you don't fly to Hilton Head, you come through here and use these very roads that we need fixing.
Right.
That's how you get to Hilton Head.
Right.
It always has been. So,
no matter where the people actually end up and the pennies are generated,
you have to get from point A to point B to get that, so thank you very much for everything. We're gonna move on here with public comments up next. Our first person is, I guess we gotta play our song or sing our rules. Ed, you wanna do it? You're fine.
Thank you.
During public comment, each speaker is limited to a total of 3 minutes per meeting, regardless of whether the person is speaking on their own behalf or as an agent for others. Meeting attendees may not donate, transfer, yield, or give all or any portion of their speaking time to another person. All public comments are to be conducted from the podium and directed to the town council as a whole and not to any member thereof. All speakers shall be mindful and respectful of those participating in or present at the meeting. Speakers shall be expected to be civil in their language and shall refrain from comment or behavior that involves disorderly speech or action, name-calling, personal attacks, threats, obscene or indecent remarks, and/or disruptive actions. All speakers shall confine their comments to issues under the jurisdiction of the town council. Speakers shall not use the public comment period to promote or advertise awards, businesses, services, goods, or candidates for public office. Any speaker that violates these rules and protocols for public comment may be ruled out of order by the presiding officer. Any person whose comments have been ruled out of order shall immediately cease and desist from further improper comments. The refusal of an individual to desist from further improper comments may subject the individual to removal from the meeting and/or a citation under Section 2-49 of the Town Code.
Okay, up first we have Ms. Robin Otterbein.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay. Got the outer part right.
Yes, you did. Well, Mr. Mayor and council members, good evening. My name is Robin Otterbein, and I live in Pine Ridge Community in Bluffton. I'd like to address what feels like the blatant unsafe operation and disregard for rules for pedestrians and vehicles while operating e-bikes and scooters in our local communities. I've been in communication with other residential communities in the area, Bluffton Police Department, and I think everyone agrees that there is an issue with e-bikes and scooters and rules and not following. If possible, it would be nice to establish a committee to look into enacting a local ordinance that focuses on the safety, the infrastructure, and user responsibility, similar to the one that was adopted for golf carts. Right now, the only thing that we have is South Carolina State. So that we can educate and the parental responsibility along with regards to the operation of the e-bikes. Unfortunately, a lot of what we're seeing are the people that are just riding recklessly and not paying attention to the traffic, not taking into account any pedestrians on the sidewalks. I've had some feedback from some of our community that have either had to move off the sidewalk out of fear of getting ran over by somebody on an e-bike. So thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to working, towards a solution and hopefully preventing a tragedy happening.
Thank you, and we are well aware, and we don't know what we're gonna do to fix it, but
Yeah.
we are aware, and we're looking into avenues to get a grip on it.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have David Coward.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much. I'm David Coward. I live at 23 Pinecrest Way in the lovely municipality that we call home. Thank you for your time. I'm here representing the Property Owners Association of Pinecrest, and just wanted to say one more time, thank you all for not supporting redevelopment of the golf course and other parts of pieces of property within Pinecrest. Since our last meeting, there has been a group that has approached the president of the POA, and they came to review the property and the pub and the land around the pub, and they're interested in purchasing that, opening it as a restaurant, and putting, I believe, 20 homes around that area. So that's not rumor, that is, someone has shown up and expressed that interest. There's other things that I won't get into because I'm not here to monger rumors. But again, I just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate your support. And and one other thing, the owners of the golf course are making a good faith effort. They are watering it, they're mowing it, they're fertilizing it. It actually looks like they could open it in a couple of weeks if they really wanted to. So it doesn't look like derelict property. So again, thank you for your support. I just want to say thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Up next, we have Drew Lonker. Lonker?
I'm Drew Lonker. I'm a civil engineer with Thomas & Hutton. I live in Savannah, but I have done work in Bluffton for several years, working on drainage improvements projects, stormwater studies, FEMA modeling, flood mapping, all that kind of good stuff, and then also wetland permitting. I did want to speak today just real quick about the wetland ordinance and the stormwater ordinance. There's some changes coming in front of you. As you kind of review those, I just want to make sure that really two things. One is the variance procedure. The way the ordinance is written right now, it's fairly general, and when we're going to get wetland permits, I've been working on one right now for 3 years. We've been meeting with the Corps of Engineers, South Carolina BCM, SCDNR, SHPO, all of these agencies, right? And they all have got their own conditions, everything they want to see and all that. So I would just ask that we kind of get a specific criteria for that variance procedure. If someone goes and gets a wetland permit, spends 3 years doing that work, just some kind of level of comfort that the town will either honor that permit or be able to look at that permit and say, yes, we agree with these conditions. Because again, if we're getting guidance from all these different entities, I just want to make sure there's consistency there and something that can be relied upon. So the other concern that I had was just about wetland buffers and those crossing property lines. Again, the way the ordinance reads right now, it looks like if a wetland is on, say, your neighbor's property, there's a 50-foot buffer on that could then come onto your property. So I just want to make sure that, as you're considering that the residents kind of could understand that could be a condition that could get put on their property, even with due diligence and everything. A lot of times people are just looking at, their box, right? If you kind of zoom out, look at the language in the ordinance itself, it could put a wetland buffer on your property that maybe you weren't aware of. So just getting clarification on these things. I'm sure you've got a great staff here. I know Andrea and her team have done an awesome job with kind of doing the legwork to draft this thing. But just clarity on those two items and as you're considering it, if you are considering an approval of it, just maybe have some conditions upon it to look at those items a little closer, because I just see some opportunity for maybe some, not misunderstanding, but just opportunities where there's not consistent enforcement throughout. So, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Kat Donaldson.
Mayor, members of council, thank y'all. I'm Catherine Donaldson. I live at 14 Palmetto Beach Lane. I actually have two things I want to address today. One of them I forgot, so I didn't put it on the sheet, and that is, in looking through some of the funding for some of the upcoming projects in town, I noticed what felt just at first glance like kind of an egregious amount of money to spend on a disc golf course. Now, I have a daughter who loves disc golf. Went to a camp the entirety of my childhood where I was pretty convinced that's where disc golf began. And so we are fans of that. What I would like to offer is just to think outside the box, and I'll commit to being one of the first sponsors, is that you should get 18 holes sponsored by local business members and have a plaque, not a, more of a permanent sponsorship. You could maybe to the tune of, I don't know that you'd get 10 grand, but $5 a hole seems reasonable to me. A little way to advertise some of our local businesses and then bring that number down. So that is just kind of food for thought that I would hope that maybe y'all would consider. The second thing is, I want to talk to you about the closing of the road for the Juneteenth celebration. And not just that celebration, but I actually want to talk to you about closing May River Road for all of our festivals. We have ample space in the town for some of these other festivals to navigate without the closing of that road. The reason that I am here and that I am bringing it up is because several business owners contacted me who were in the path where the Ma Daisy's celebration, or the upcoming on that Saturday, is to be held. And several of those businesses experienced last year the need for actual closure. There are 6 other restaurants within the area where the road is going to be shut down that will be financially impacted if that road is closed between the hours of 2 and 11, as is my understanding the recommendation is. So I think Juneteenth is great. I have zero, nor do any of these business members have any issues with funding it with the ATAX dollars. I think it is a very worthwhile thing to be funded. I just think you need to consider the impact of the local business owners around that area for that time. In addition, consider it for Mayfest, consider it for the Seafood Fest. We have Boundary Street. We have other streets in downtown that can be used if we've grown as big as I know that we have. I mean, I think Juneteenth is expecting thousands of people. That's a lot of people to put into that area. So many so, and I don't know if we can do this at such a late date now, that I would also offer some of my own funds to assist in the rental of a park in town that can accommodate that group of people without the need for closing the road. So if there's any interest in that or any interest in that going forward in years to come, please, all of you know me, you all know how to find me, reach out to me, and I would be happy to talk further about it, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Donaldson. Up next, we have Will Howard. Welcome, Will.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Will Howard, 6500 Cedar Street. I too am here to speak, as was Drew Lonker, about the wetland ordinance. I understand there may have been some changes since the ordinance was presented at Planning Commission. As a Planning Commissioner, I did not support the ordinance, and I'm just here to tell you why, as it was written. The ordinance, as it was written and presented at Planning Commission, lacked quantitative criteria, concrete criteria for the waiver process. It lacked quantitative and concrete criteria for any permit revision or restriction that the town would try to impose above and beyond a state permit that anyone had been issued by the Bureau of Coastal Management. And as you all know, I took objection with the fact the ordinance keeps being presented as a stopgap procedure because there was the Sackett decision resulted in the loss of protection of wetlands in the state, and it did not in the coastal counties. All of the coastal counties non-jurisdictional wetlands, we have to get permits from the State Bureau of Coastal Management to make impacts. If the town is going to try to impose for those either private citizens or developers that have gotten a permit issued by the state, they've been through all of the hoops that they had to jump through to get those permits, only to have the town impose further restrictions without any quantitative criteria that can be measured. It's very subjective. I hope that there were some corrections or revisions, if you will, made since Planning Commission. And if so, I would ask that you please make sure that you can remove all subjectivity from the ordinance. I have no problem if it is objective with very clear criteria of what needs to be met to make any wetland impact to the non-jurisdictional wetlands that are the subject of, under the purview of the state. So that's all that I ask. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have communication from us. We'll start with Ms. Burden.
I think I'm going to address first of all, I always appreciate when people come speak, so thank you for showing up. I know it's a lot of your time, but I think as we go through the program, I might address some of them, like each specific wetland.
No, I'm going to hold my peace. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
I'm good, sir.
How about you, Ms. Fraser? How are you?
Sure, I did want to address one of the comments that was made, or one of the public comments. In regards to the comments that was previously made about the Bluffton Juneteenth Festival, I will say that the festival, not just in this area, but around the country, has often been subject of a lot of condescending and often demeaning sentiments in terms of some people feel it's a real holiday, some people feel it's not, may not understand the purpose. I think it's great for everyone to educate themselves on the meaning of it, simply because as a country we're celebrating 250 years of independence, and Juneteenth is a reflection of said independence, only considering that that independence of the enslaved in this country didn't come until nearly 100 years later. And so Juneteenth is more than just an opportunity for community to get together, but it's also an opportunity for those who are descendants of one of the most egregious tragedies in this country to be able to reflect on the resiliency of that and look at the sacrifices of those who were not able to live in a time to experience that freedom, to see those who do get to enjoy it. I'll also say, in terms of the closures, if there are any businesses that were directly impacted, none have reached out to the Bluffton MLK committee who organized the events. As a council member, I'm not sure who's reached out to any of my fellow colleagues to share those sentiments, but I have not heard or had communications from some, as I'm in direct communication with some of the neighboring restaurants in that vicinity who actually benefited from the crowds that came to that event, as they were encouraged to go and visit the areas. A lot of money comes in for several other businesses, and it's well organized. It's a festival that offers off-site parking at local schools. People are trolleyed in, and if this is a protocol and procedure where it's always followed, you have to go through the state, you have to go through the local police department. It's not something arbitrarily done, and if we're able to do this and protocol can be adhered to for other festival and events, I don't think that Juneteenth should be singled out, as it's not the only event that has done so, and it's only a short amount of closures that's happening, and there's still access to side streets and the businesses who are in that vicinity. So I would encourage anyone who has more questions or has concerns to reach out to the MLK Observance Committee and to reach out to council directly, as we're always open to hear any concerns that someone may have about that.
I'll make a statement. I have no problem with Juneteenth whatsoever. I've always supported it. At some point, I think that council needs to consider the road closure. That's not the event, that's the location for all of our festivals. You know, the Arts and Seafood Festival, the May Fest. We have so much traffic coming through May River Road now, that, you know, I'm not saying it's gonna take some talking about and some studying and figure out whether there's something that we can do or we can't do to make it, to keep the flow moving. So that's where I'm at. Anything else from council? Anybody? Comments? Anything? Okay, we'll move on to public hearing and final reading for consideration of an ordinance approving the Town of Bluffton fiscal year 2027 proposed consolidated budget. Public hearing and final reading. We'll call first call for public comment on the budget. Second call for public comment. Third call, public comment is closed. And we will have Mr. Steve up.
This will be much quicker than the previous meetings.
3 minutes, sir.
I think he just lost 45 seconds.
The timer's on.
Hang on, Tracy's pulling it up.
Will this pull it up? So none of this is in the presentations folder. I gotta get it.
So we can come.
Yeah, that wasn't but a minute and a half.
I yield my time.
Good thing you had your password on. There it is, public hearing. No, I'm good. It's ready.
So, Mayor and Council, we're here for the public hearing and second and final reading for the proposed budget. To date, we did the first reading on May 12th. We've had 2 budget workshops with council to go through the details and any questions that arose. So some of the questions, and just to recap and updates from first reading in the workshops, is the discussion about having an additional SRO at May River High School. We're working towards making that happen within the staffing that we have within the police department right now. And as we discussed during the second workshop, should the police get full staff, we'll come back and have a conversation about staffing to be able to accommodate that additional spot going into there. And the chief is continuing to work with Dr. Rodriguez and the school system to be able to figure out cost share for that officer and the best way to accommodate. The question came up about shuttle events. It is, right now, it's funded about whether the ATAX could cover that cost. So it's included in the ATAX applications that come in from state ATAX. But if we wanted to directly fund that from the town, we would probably look at doing that similar to the way we do police protection, which is just as an internal transfer. But right now, anybody who does include transportation in their ATAX application, that is a cost that they include in there. There was a recommendation to put a placeholder for up to $30,000 for the Beaufort Marine Search and Rescue. That placeholder is in place, and anything that we would do to move forward with that would come back to council to approve, whether it's a memorandum of agreement or understanding between us and the entity, and outline the parameters and the reporting they would have to do back related to those funds. And then we also had the discussion about wanting to get an idea of what properties are not hooked to sewer. We're continuing to work through that. Right now, our estimate is around about 50 to 75 septic systems that are still in place that have not been converted. And that is part of our strategic plan for next year that will kick in here July 1st, is to look at moving forward and how we want to make those work to get those last few homes connected from septic to sewer, and if we need to change our program or anything to move forward. So those are really the main topics that came up during the workshops and just any changes that took place. Yes, sir.
Maybe a question for Natalie. Can you go back to the first screen, set the screen again?
Which?
Where the
One more. Click one more time.
Right there. Yes, sir.
Natalie, who was the request for ATAX for the Marine Rescue a couple of months ago? How much?
It was about $20,000, and there's another request for this evening too. Yes.
They actually had two requests in tonight. One's for 20 and one's for like 90.
7,500 for
7,500.
But you said two. I'm only talking about the Marine Rescue right now.
The Marine Rescue made two applications for ATAX funds, two separate applications this current period.
And so one was for 20 and the other was for how many?
7,500. One was for the purchase of equipment, the other one's for marketing.
Marketing and purchase of equipment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And again, it's a placeholder. It doesn't mean that that's what will be spent. That's an up to amount.
Anything would come back to us and council would vote on approval.
Money allocated, if at all.
Let me,
That's just,
yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt
go
you.
right ahead.
The only point that I had on that subject was the marketing. I tried to figure out, I talked to the town manager today, talked to Natalie, and I tried to get my head wrapped around the protocol of this whole organization. Obviously, there's a need, and I think they said in their literature they had 97 missions, nearly 40% attributable to Bluffton. And they work under the direction of Beaufort County Emergency Management and maintain strong operational partnerships with U.S. Coast Guard, DNR, Bluffton Police, Fire Rescue. The point is, for me, unless I'm overthinking this or overlooking it, when they get a call, it's probably going to 911, I'm assuming, right?
Right.
I don't know why we need marketing for that.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Well, still, I just
People
don't.
call from their phones when they're in boat.
Right, but I don't.
Call direct.
I'm dealing with marketing. I don't understand.
Yeah, and I mean.
The boat's one thing.
We're not even, we can talk about all that when it's,
No, but he's right, Larry. I mean, we could be talking about.
Oh, I mean,
yeah.
I'm just thinking, we had another opportunity to talk about that with the ATAX recommendations from our ATAX committee.
But at that point, it's pertaining to that only. Just now, we have an opportunity for discussion, and I want to use the opportunity for discussion. They asked for 20,000, and that's what I wanted to put a placeholder for, is the 20,000. Even after thinking about it for a couple of months, I do want to support it, but I don't want to put a placeholder for 30,000 because that also leave room for them to get marketing because they're asking for two different subjects. So council, I'm asking us to reconsider this 30,000 placeholder and make it a $20,000 placeholder because I think they deserve $20,000 if that's what they say they really need to operate a boat or buy a boat, but I'm not supporting marketing, especially if ATAC doesn't support it.
So if that is the direction the council wants to move forward with, I would just ask whenever we get to the end that when you make the motion, it should not affect the reading of the budget. This did not affect the budgetary number.
Right.
We'll just make a note going forward that that placeholder that we have would be reduced to $20,000 because we didn't reduce, it did not affect the budget number at the end of the budget.
Right.
So would it be reduced to the $21,875 that they've requested specifically for the boat, but then also it would have to come back in front of us again before?
Well, based on the discussion that Mr. Councilman Hamilton just made, it would be $20,000. If you want it to be reduced to what their request was for ATAX of the 21 and change, I would ask that council clarify so we can set that number.
Are you good with this $21,875? You're just not good with the $7,500 for the marketing?
Okay. Is that the direction of council?
Well, when we get there, yeah.
Okay.
I agree with them.
Okay. All right.
Fine with that.
You got that? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through real quick just where we ended up with the budget, which is pretty much where we started, which is a total budget of $113,913,988. That is an increase of about 4.4% over the previous budget year. This just goes through all the interfund transfers where the money moves from the different accounts to others to cover different expenses. You can see the hospitality tax, local A tax, stormwater, and debt service where they transfer into general funds and vice versa. You can see that for the most part, the biggest transfers go into the capital operating for the different projects and land purchases that the town is looking to make. So just to highlight hit some of the budget highlights, it does maintain the property millage where it is at 36 mills total. It focuses on town council's priorities of affordable housing, historic preservation, quality projects, and maintaining our community outreach and celebrations. It also works to keep our pay competitive with those around us, which is a cost of living adjustment of 3%, as well as the mid-year merit of up to 4% with a $3,000 cap. So anybody that caps out above that would see a reduced percentage increase, again, working to get our lowest pay up faster than those in our higher pay. And it continues to invest in public infrastructure, as we talked a minute ago, with conversion from septic to sewer, streetscapes, parks, as well as working as preserving our town historic properties. It also continues our interagency partnerships. Palmetto Breeze, it does continue, but it continues at a reduced level of what they asked for. Just as a note, they requested a little over $326,000. Based on what we funded this current fiscal year, it is recommended, and what we discussed during the budget workshop was to do a 10% increase for fiscal year 2026. They did come back and ask mid-year for additional funds. I would expect they'll probably do the same next year, but that is what is reflected within the budget based on those discussions. Keeps up our partnership with USCB for the microbial lab and testing, as well as our partnerships with the SROs that we have at all of the schools throughout the town. Also working with DRCI and moving our accommodations tax funds that are allowed per state law, 15% for state, 15% for local, into affordable housing programs, and then continuing our partnership with our DMO, which is the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. So just to summarize, that is the budget that is in front of council that we've worked through over the last 3 meetings to get to. And I will be more than happy to answer any questions. And as always, before I wrap up, I do want to make sure I thank all of the finance staff, Natalie, Chris, Shannon, town, senior staff, council for your involvement in making sure that we were able to get to a balanced budget that reflects the priorities of council and continues the operations and the services that we provide as a town. If council is good, I do have a motion to approve second and final reading of the budget. And as I stated, based on the placeholder that's in there, we can make that reflection. It doesn't need to be part of the motion that council approves.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
before we have a motion, may I make some comments? So we, so Loco, as we remember, supported TriShare. And then TriShare was a methodology to do a model. We were trying to get the state to provide 1/3 funding, business would provide 1/3 funding, and the person, the parent, would provide 1/3 funding. Unanimously, all the municipalities signed off and supported it, as did Beaufort County and Jasper County. Through the state budget process, it did not get support for funding in the state. So recently, Mayor Williams, the chair of Soloco through Hardyville, requested that the municipalities potentially put up $18,000 each to fund what we were hoping to get from the county, but do our own model. And so he's asked that of each jurisdiction. So last night, I think it was, the county provided $12,000 of funding, not $18,000.
Correct.
So they're the first ones. So what I'm asking for from this council is a placeholder. Doesn't mean we will do it, but potentially have something set aside to participate in the resolution that we all provided in support of TriShare originally. So, I mean, there is a change. We're not going to get state funding. That's the essence of this request. So I'm asking council, is this something they're willing to consider?
Well, and to clarify, I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to. This is just a one-time, start a program. And basically what you're going to be doing is assisting with, how many kids? 3?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
3 or 4
I think, yeah, 3 or
kids
4.
within Bluffton. They're doing 3 or 4 in Hardyville, 3 or 4 in Port Royal, 3 or 4 in Beaufort, 3 or 4 on Hilton. So it's just a pilot program so that we can get loaded to go back to the state when those funds become available or possibly available again to get state and federal funding. It's a pilot program. We talked to Emmett about it many times at Soloco. Everybody, you know, in an effort to help with child care affordability. We can't fix it all because it's too much, but we all voted at Soloco to assist, to try to start with a pilot program and do something, doing something is better than doing nothing.
It's a small amount of money, in my opinion, if we can help 3 or 4 families, you know, that qualify for it. I think it's a good thing, and I would support it.
Just as a reminder, this was a model, I think, out of, help me, Stephen, Michigan originally,
North
in
Carolina. I think there's about 3 or 4 states.
4 states now. It's become successful in other states, and also the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber, on the committee that I was on, had a representative there. They support it, which means from the business perspective, the business community has some support for it. So anyway, I thank you, Mayor, for your support on that. I'm just throwing that out there to see what.
Right, and it's something that we do need to talk about tonight before we go to vote.
I think it's a great program, Councilman Wood. I remember when you brought it forward to everyone. I would just have some concerns over the such a small number in terms of the 3 or 4. I know we can't address larger than that, but what would be the process of identifying that in terms of, is that going to be selected off of a lottery system of those who've qualified for it, or is it already a list of identified
No, there's
families?
no.
I would like to know more like about that process if we are gonna, you know, put resources into it, just in the sense of like if folks come to us for questions on it, because that is, I don't know who's gonna have that job, but 3 to 4 kids out of a very growing issue is gonna be.
Right. And it's almost like an experimental scholarship type program is the way I see it. But it's, and we don't know, you know, it's a learning, it's just a regional problem, and it's one little small step in us showing that we do care, we do acknowledge that there are issues out here with kids that, and parents that we could help.
I'm all for it,
We do our own town employees.
as long as we know like there's, you know, the process itself is, you know, transparent in terms of selection. I think it, you know, it's a good.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have to be some kind of protocol too. And you know, it's not, it's basically, it's us, the employer, and the child that needs help. You know, so that's why they call it TRI. There's 3 different entities involved. So, Mr. Hamilton, go ahead.
I'm 200% behind Richard's reservation or concern, because we get to a point where we say we want to support it, but we don't have the parameters of how we support it. That's not being proactive. That's just throwing out a thought and not having the grounds to say, why should I buy into this? So we need more guidance on that, and I would support it, but I need to know what I'm supporting. Well, let me finish. I'm not finished. The Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber supported. Are they going to support it financially?
They had, my understanding, Fred,
Yes.
was the model was discussed on Hilton Head with their business partners, their membership, to see if there was a need to identify it and also to see if there was a will to do it. And they had, Tom Hens was their representative. He works for the chamber and served on the committee. And so he was the one that originally brought TriShare forward and from the chamber perspective. And so to say they're going to do it financially, no. Yes, the idea is, the goal again was to get the state government, like the other models in the other states, and then the business, and then a partnership with the business and a person that works that needs the help. And I would also gladly say, obviously, I would not want to expend dollars without knowing more detail. We're not going to expend any dollars right now. And I made a note as soon as she started speaking to get this information out to everybody.
Okay.
The model has not been implemented at all because nobody knew whether it would even get funded.
Didn't have funding, we couldn't, no need to do all that.
And then the other persons that we should talk to is the child care facilities. You know, I think they should have a buy-in to this as well, because, for an example, the reason why we're here is that their rates are so high right now. So if we're going to partner and we're going to do TriShare, and the chamber who's going to do a letter of support should do a financial, should back that up with some financials, because the chamber is also supporting the business that needs this, that needs the relief for the employees. But let's try and also work with the child care agencies so that their rates are at least considered while we're trying to bring this to 1 year is not going to work. 1 year is just a trial, but the following year we will need the child care facilities to be in agreement to this problem. That's all I have.
I have a clarification. Have we already committed to a certain amount of money and now that you're wanting us to commit to more?
No.
No?
We haven't committed anything other than our
Ever.
economic development agreement with the,
Goddard School.
well,
But we thought, you said,
and the daycare
how much
that
did we ask the state for then?
Pardon me?
How much did we ask the state for?
the state cut the funding. They used to have funding for programs like this, and last year, my understanding,
So they had asked the state to create a pilot, and then we had, because all the municipalities and county did a letter of support asking the state to do it, we were at this, one of the things we had asked the state was for one of the pilots to be in the Beaufort and Jasper County area. They did not pass the law at the state, so there was no funding included at the state for the pilot program. So what Mayor William has proposed is to do the pilot program locally to show the state that it can be successful, in hopes that they'll pass it at the state level and create a program and fund it and create it. And Representative Erickson was the one, hopefully, that's been leading the charge and hopefully will continue to push it. So what has been proposed through what Mayor Williams has outlined is that the program would actually be managed by the United Way, and they would handle finding the parents, the children, and work with the daycares, or excuse me, child care facilities and businesses, and work all that together. The funding would go through the Community Foundation of the Low Country with the, and they're going with the Community Foundation of the Low Country right now in anticipation that they'll match dollar for dollar for what every local jurisdiction puts in. So their goal, Mayor Williams' goal, is to hopefully double the funds that the local governments give and the county gives, to then be able to expand those programs out even further and do more kids through the Community Foundation. There's interest from there. I don't think he has a commitment from that right now. I do know that he's talked to the United Way about managing the program, and they feel comfortable managing the program on behalf to the pilot during that time. So those are some things that have been put in place or that are in process to make the program hopefully the pilot be successful and have people that are already experienced in managing such programs be able to do so and make sure it's successful.
Stephen, do you recall, the Mayor brought it up a minute ago, I don't remember the calculus was, and I don't know whether it was per jurisdiction, the original 18,000 requests.
It was, per jurisdiction was the original 18,000.
So that included how many children, do you recall?
It's about $3,000 per child.
Okay.
So if it was 12,000, it would do around 4 children. If it's 18,000, it would do 6. And then the goal would be to go and get matching funds from the Community Foundation from their funds and hopefully double that. But it's about $3,000 per child.
Per year?
Per year.
Would they double it per jurisdiction? So like if we did 18,000 and funded 6 children, if they matched it, would they
Should
fund
they
the
commit
6
to that? That
children
is the goal. It would
in
double for
Bluffton?
everybody. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor
For
Williams
each of the
felt
funds.
strongly that if the municipalities in the county would divvy up the 18,000 each, that would give us 100 and something thousand.
It's about $150,000.
150,000, and his gut feeling, and after talking to some of the other, we'd get that matched, so that would double the effect, so just say it would be $300,000 to go towards the pilot program for 1 year.
So you said that Beaufort County voted to do 12,000.
Last night, yes.
Has any of the other jurisdictions or
Not
municipalities?
yet, they were the first ones.
Right. I just got that email last night or yesterday. So.
I think Representative Erickson was the wrong person for us to use to go through the state. She has a business in child care.
She sold them.
But she still have, she still would be someone that looked like she's supporting her business. You know what I mean? So in the future, we need to get someone that don't have any skin in the game.
I will say she is chair of the State Education Committee, and I believe that is the reason that they leaned on her to help with the pilot programs.
Yeah.
This went to each local legislator as well, asking for help.
So if it's something that council is interested in, we can move forward a couple ways. One, we can put a placeholder in next year's budget. If you are comfortable with moving forward and submitting and making a donation to the program in anticipation of it working, you could actually vote to use funds before this current fiscal year ends, and we could send the money to the foundation before the end of the fiscal year. And we can find those funds in this year's budget through lap salaries, through other funds, and put that money into the community foundation now.
I would suggest, if I may, instead of, I know I was on the committee, but I would think that staff would actually get the questions answered that Bridget and Fred have asked this evening, instead of me trying to run it down, if that's okay with you.
I'm good whichever way council would want to move forward. I want to make sure you feel comfortable, but if it's a direction you're wanting to go, I just wanted to give you a couple options that you could take.
Then my final question would be, it sounds like there's support to try to set some money aside and then get the information and then determine whether we want to commit ourselves to it. But now the question would be, is do you do 12 or do you do 18? Whatever number in between that you're interested in.
I think for me, I wouldn't mind supporting it. I would support it on a conditional basis in terms of having those, whatever additional clarity or questions need to be answered. Saying that we'll, put funds that way, and also having the assurance, whether it's through documentation, that those funds are going to be used by the organization in charge for Bluffton families and kids only.
What number?
Well, can I ask a question first? What did Hilton Head and Hardyville agree to?
They have not agreed. They have not brought it to their council and voted on it yet.
But they don't have a number that they're trying to get to?
Between $12,000 to $18,000.
12 to 18.
Yes, sir.
It was 18.
18 was the request, but
It's a straight 18 by the municipality.
And is that number based on the amount of kids that will benefit from that? So 12, I'm assuming, will be a smaller number, 18 to be larger. Child care is in dire need, all over. So if we're going to put funds towards it, I would go towards whatever's going to allow us to impact the most families. Like I said, on that conditional basis that we can get additional clarity, but I would be in favor of the 18.
And let me say too, just from a point of interest,
Recently, the state just cut a bunch of child care funding. I think the nonprofit over there on Hilton Head has been impacted by that severely.
one of the other things, last thing I'll add, is that I would assume that prior to the program being in place, that there would be some sort of guidelines, some sort of agreement to the parties, just no different than the housing fund that we did, even if it's minimum, just to outline what the commitment is. And so I believe we can, if we reach out to Mayor Williams and say that the council is committed up to $18,000, that we just need to work through the final details, and once all that's in place and everything's lined up, then we can work on moving forward. I think that would be a good and reasonable step.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that it'll never come through.
What?
I mean, I'm just saying,
If we could put a placeholder, it could come back to council as a
formal item before we allocate the funds.
No different than what we just talked about.
Like a CIP or anything else, so it's not like we're.
I don't want council to come to you guys and say, we would really want to help with this, we want to help create this, and we'll say, well, we don't have no money. We want for it, so we can't do it.
If only one other jurisdiction commits, then it may not be enough to actually move forward with the policy.
Exactly.
And maybe, the matching funding doesn't come through or something. So.
I think we have the support from what I can hear tonight. And Bridget made a thought a number of 18. I'm willing to support that.
I support that.
I support that.
So you would need a placeholder in this budget?
Since it's going to come back and have to come back to council for approval, I don't think we need an amendment to what's the proposed motion is. Within the budget, part of what's presented in the budget provides me with a small contingency within the budget. I can pretty much, what that is will be covered. And then when we do mid-year budget amendment, we can always address whatever is caught by council. So I feel comfortable that we can make it work within the budget that's presented to council. It would not change the numbers that are budgeted and what you would actually be approving. So I feel comfortable with y'all moving forward, knowing that we will make those 2 notes and have a placeholder for those.
Good.
All right, any more from council? If not, is there a motion?
Don't need a motion.
I don't have anything else on this issue, but Stephen, if you could go back to your previous slide before we vote on the budget, the one before this, when you broke, yes. The school resource officers, I see cross schools here. Do we provide financial support to all of our private and charter schools that house an SRO, or is it just cross?
Just cross because they pay 100% of the cost. They ask for one, and they have an agreement with the town where they reimburse us 100% of the cost to provide that officer. And should they not, we would remove that officer from the school.
Is there a motion?
Sir, I'll move to approve the second and final reading of the fiscal year 2027 proposed consolidated budget.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Good job, Stephen.
I don't need to move. I got 2 more.
Okay, up next, we have consideration of an ordinance authorizing an economic development incentive agreement.
If you want to take a seat, then you can.
We got a Paul Bluffton and Sterling Corporation. This is Paul in his second and final reading.
Mayor and Council, tonight I have before you for second and final reading, Town of Bluffton Economic Development Incentive Grant, Sterling Helicopter. The only update is to the average salary information, which was incorrectly stated last time, and it is $73,000 annually for the 15 jobs that are proposed.
Discussion or questions from council? If not, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the second and final reading of an ordinance authorizing the town manager to enter into an economic development grant agreement between the town of Bluffton and Sterling Helicopter.
Is there a second?
No second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have a consideration of a resolution to install a four-way stop sign at the intersection of Boundary and Lawrence Street. Mr. Stees?
I hope this will be quicker than the last one. Kevin's going to yell at me because I've gone longer than 3 minutes. So, all right. So, in front of you tonight is a discussion about installing a potential four-way stop at the intersection of Boundary and Lawrence. It identifies a couple strategic items that are in the strategic plan, which is to improve pedestrian safety in the historic district, as well as our Boundary Street streetscape, capital improvements, to include traffic calming measures. So we're working on finalizing the design elements, easements, and pedestrian safety improvements for the Boundary Street streetscape, which will go to bid at the end of this year. The design, we were looking at pedestrian safety improvements at that intersection near the parks. The recommendation from the design was actually to install a four-way intersection at Boundary and Lawrence. In discussion, it was brought up about why do we need to wait for the streetscape to be completed when we could go ahead and install a four-way stop now to help with pedestrian safety improvements. So it's being brought in front of council tonight for consideration. So the proposed four-way stop would mirror the same one that's on Calhoun and Lawrence at the other end. It would also provide a speed break between May River, Bruin Roads up there, the four-way there, and the four-way at Bridge Street. It would also cause vehicles to stop near Du Bois and Martin Family to allow pedestrians to safely cross, and it would bring them to a stop right near both of the parks. It also will get vehicles used to stopping at that intersection, because we're at Martin Family Park, we blocked off some areas with a small wooden barricade. a barrier on the ground. The other section will actually end up is recommended to become golf cart parking as part of the streetscape project. So that stop sign will actually stop traffic to allow golf carts that use that parking to back out and leave that without having to worry about cars coming down there. So it'll get people used to that future streetscape project and the parking that will be there. So the current intersection, this is what it looks like now. Not much change, just what's proposed is to signal it with 4 stop signs and then put up stop bars on the ground for those coming south and north on Boundary. We already have stop bars coming on the crossroads on Lawrence, so we would just need to install them there. Should council approve, we would install everything. We would also put temporary signage to identify the new intersection improvements, work with the chief to make sure that it's enforced because it will be new and people need some warning to make sure they know that it's there. And then we will also notify the public through media releases and social media. And then when we do any future improvements on the streetscape, we'll make sure to put that back and ensure that it's included in the streetscape plan. Should council approve, we can go ahead and install the signage and get it in place in July to make sure we give some notice ahead of time. And then this is the schedule for the Boundary Streetscape project with easement acquisition coming up and it going out to bid in late this year. Should council have any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer them. If not, I do have a proposed motion to move forward.
Questions from this issue from council?
Mr. Mayor, not really a question. I hope that it will redirect some of the heavy trucks that come through there every single morning. I mean, they come flying through there, but there's a multitude of them, and if it becomes inconvenient, it may make them reroute in a different direction.
Why? Why would a stop sign reroute?
It slows them down because they barrel through there.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Anything?
No.
I'd say that, Bridget, did I ask you if you had a comment?
No, but I don't.
I would say that I think this is a step in the right direction. That's such a critical and dangerous area there with our kids being 6 feet off the road. And cars do fly through there a lot, so probably take a little while to get them to realize that they have to stop, maybe some blue lights and handcuffs or whatever takes place.
I was thinking more warnings than.
Well, we got problems with the stop signs on where we have stop signs already, so I'm sure this is going to take a little while, but it's there's a lot of kids that use that park, and I think it's well worth spending the money for safety. So, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mayor. I make a motion to approve the installation of the 4-way stop signs at the intersection of Boundary and Lawrence Streets.
I second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous, thank y'all. Consideration of a resolution authorizing an extension of the validity period for the purchase and sale of parcel of real estate property located in Bluffton, South Carolina of approximately 55.18 acres owned by Inland Land Bluffton. Mr. Speaks.
Mayor and council, so a little background on this. The town council approved the purchase and sale agreement with the Inland Bluffton LLC for the 55-acre parcel back about 8 months ago. 6 months ago. We had a 6-month due diligence period. We have applied through the Beaufort County Green Penny program to get a grant to go towards the reimburses for the purchase of this property. And we're working through due diligence with them. That due diligence has taken longer than anticipated. So we're working to ask to extend this due diligence period for additional so we can make sure we get through that program. It's located between the 2 Foothills property the town purchased in 2025 and that we just got approved and received. The county has dispersed our funds for those 2 properties. This map kind of highlights that. The brown pieces are property the town has purchased and that we own already. The Inland Bluffton parcel is the orange piece at the bottom. And then Willow Run is up at the top. Both of those are properties that the town currently has under contract, just to give you an idea of where we are discussing. So next step, should council approve, this would extend our due diligence for 6 months until December 2026. The owner of the property is supportive of this and has already signed the extension in anticipation of council approval. We will continue to work with the Green Penny through the process. The committee is supportive of the application, and actually they approached us to make sure that we get this piece of property since we were buying those around it. So I feel comfortable if we can get everything in line that this one will be approved. And then we anticipate finalizing it sometimes towards the end of this year with the Green Penny and working to get our grant funds to be reimbursed for this property.
Questions from council, Ms. Frazier?
Mr. Wood? Yes, sir. Mr. Emmett?
No questions?
I have none either.
So if council is good, I have a recommended motion. You can just
I recommend the motion that's on the screen.
Second.
There you go.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consideration of a resolution to establish an entertainment venue exploratory committee, Mr. Theodore.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is a continuation of our ongoing discussion from our last workshop. As a reminder, these are the strategic focus areas we are operating under as far as this initiative. It's held under economic growth, but also impacts quality of life and our long-term sustainability. Here's a timeline of what we've done so far. The Executive Office initially got the request to look into this back in 2024. We hired a international recognized consultant to do a market study and economic impact. The initial phase was reported out to you in July of 25. The second phase was in October of 25. We conducted a series of site visits, and then I reported to you all in April of 26 at the workshop. So the request tonight is to establish a work group to look into this further, and of course approve the work group charge. The overall purpose is really to provide town council with an additional informed basis upon which to determine if we should advance or change paths or stop. So the idea is to get several individuals from the community to help guide this process. We're recommending a membership of no more than 7 in the community with annual terms or as long as needed. If they complete their work prior to a year, then we can disband them, or if we shift their focus, they can be shifted to another purpose. The staff support executive sponsor will be myself, and our staff lead is Paul Arventides, who is the Don Ryan CEO. The scope of the committee is to initially assess the current research and reports that have been done and provide an opinion on that. Make sure that additional community input is gathered and provided to you all. Reviewing all the financials and economic impact to give you an opinion on those. Examine what other feasibility we have around fundraising and financing of the potential for a new facility. And then just provide general oversight and making sure that as we proceed, we're keeping in alignment with the overall council strategic goals. The specific deliverables that have been identified in the charge is an initial report providing an opinion on the initial research and identifying for you all what are the pros and cons of moving forward, or if there's other opportunities that we could look at, or if we should stop as we are. Additionally, we want to look into a community opinion survey to assess overall community sentiment around the concept or concepts that may come out of the committee. And then a fundraising feasibility study to assess what the potential is for private capital that can be added to the capital stack that we discussed at the workshop. And then if it goes beyond that, looking at what operational structures we should recommend, whether it's town-run or nonprofit run, or if there's a potential to find a for-profit entity to run with the idea, just to look at all those options that are out there. And finally, a report and recommendation to you all on what direction they recommend council take. this was the timeline that was shared at the workshop, and it kind of correlates with other initiatives that are in the works, including the Parks and Rec Master Plan and some adjustments to our TIF district. So the overall goal is to have checkpoints throughout this over the next 7 to 8 months, with the final report provided during our council workshop in January of 27. Any questions, comments?
Go back, please.
Yep.
Park and Recreation Master Plan. Is that what this committee is going to do?
No. These are just some of the other initiatives that are happening in parallel to provide additional research and guidance to you all as we go into the 2040 planning session. This work group is just one piece of that overall process.
Thank you.
Questions from council? Ms. Frazier?
No, I just have a statement, and I appreciate you putting this committee together. I think it's great. It sounds like they're going to look at all options. I know we focused on specifically a performing arts center up till now, but it sounds like this committee will look at other ideas as well as just to see if it is something that is what's best for Bluffton and moving forward, and most importantly, hearing from our citizens and if it's something that they want. So I think this is a great idea, and I appreciate it.
I didn't understand that.
Look at other ideas.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, so the idea is them to assess the work that's been done and identify if there are other options for providing entertainment venues of different types that can be explored. So it's not kind of keeping us within a particular box, but overall, if we're going to put a venue in the town to support the community or attract visitors and tourists, what are the options are out there that we may have not thought of yet?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think this is something that changed. We were talking about putting a committee together to talk about the pros and cons of a performing art. So when did that change and who changed it?
Well, it's still an arts venue. It's really, again, we go through the steps here. So identifying the current research and studies, and then relying on the expertise of these community members to identify are there things that we didn't think of, or are there gaps in that study, and providing to you all the pros and cons of what has been done, and if there should be something else that we should be considering or looking at. So that will be reported out to you all. And then if the direction is, yes, look into these other things, then we go further. But then it goes through all these other steps. So getting a community opinion on it. Does the research and proposals that have been done so far, what is the sentiment of the community? Is the community thinking about other things? And then looking at going through each of those steps. So there's steps along the way, and there's options for broader feedback to be provided from this committee to you all.
Am I correct on saying, instead of just looking at an arts center that's big and seats 800 people or 1,000 or 500 or whatever, we would get information back for, like Emily was saying, what do you call it, open air?
Outdoor amphitheater.
Or amphitheater, whatever, so they would just get us information on all the different possibilities or options or whatever, right?
So, I mean, entertainment
Always in
venues.
the purpose, though.
Entertainment venues can vary widely.
Sure.
So, we looked at Performing Arts Center, then there's multifunctional spaces, which we're also looking at. When our visit to Greenville at the Peace Center, they had outdoor amphitheater, they had a cabaret theater. So there's different ways you can address entertainment and tourism.
Right. They're just going to give us opinions on options, educate us, right? That's all. I mean, that's all they're doing. They're not.
Right.
And Mayor, as Chris outlined, each step of the way they'll be coming back and presenting to council, and it'll be up to y'all to provide them if you want them to deviate or change direction at all.
They already deviated. And they didn't come to council and say what you think until tonight. It's already deviated.
Well, we're giving them the opportunity to assess what has been done so far, and opening the door to say if we should go a different direction or not.
All right. Okay. Next.
Is there a motion? You don't have any, you have anything else? Okay.
I'll make the motion, Mayor. I make a motion to approve a resolution establishing the town at Bluffton Entertainment Venue exploratory work group and approving the work group charge.
Second. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Up next, we have a consideration of an ordinance to amend the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinance, Chapter 23, Unified Development Ordinance, Article 5, Design Standards, Section 5.10, Stormwater, and Article 9, Definitions and Interpretation, Section 9.2, Defined Terms. Ms. Andrea?
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I dive into my presentation, I'd like to take the opportunity to address some of the public comment. The rest hopefully will be addressed as I go through my presentation. Specifically regarding the concern of the wetland buffer being imposed on adjacent properties, that exists currently. The wetlands don't know jurisdictional boundaries, just like they don't know property lines. So our 50-foot buffer is imposed on all wetlands throughout the town's jurisdiction, well, outside of PUDs, which again we'll cover in the presentation.
Will you put your mic up just a little bit?
Sorry,
I'm with you.
I'm tall, sorry. So the concern from staff would be that if we were to impose a condition whereby that buffer stops essentially at the property line and thereby doesn't impact an adjacent property owner, that property owner could then subdivide so that they don't have to impose the wetland buffer at all. But it goes back to the whole point of the wetland buffers is to protect the wetlands themselves. And so it's, you know, if a property is rendered unable to be developed in any way and they have a reason to submit for a waiver or a variance, then they are able to do so. Regarding...
Can I ask a question just regarding
yeah,
that?
Sure.
So if, let's say, somebody currently owns a property and the property next to them has a wetland on it and they've owned this property for a number of years, so let's say they did not just purchase it, if they can no longer build a single home on it as was their intent because of the wetland on an adjacent property, they would then have to request a variance.
Or a waiver, that's correct, yeah.
Or a waiver.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any guarantee that they would receive it?
No. They'd have to, similar to the variance where they have to present an undue burden, an undue hardship, they'd have to present that, and that'd be the case.
I need you to please speak more into your microphone.
They would have to. They would have to show that they have an undue burden or hardship and submit for a variance or waiver.
And no longer being able to build a house, sounds like would qualify as that.
The other piece I want to speak to was state purview. So yes, the town adopted our wetland ordinance after the Sackett decision. That was really the impetus for adopting our wetland ordinance, but it was also because we were having ongoing issues of illicit filling or illegal filling of wetlands throughout our jurisdiction, impacting our residents, and that was why there was the big push to you guys to move on a wetland protection ordinance. In the state of South Carolina, within the 8 coastal counties, the State Office of Bureau of Coastal Management, BCM, they have an overview of all wetlands within our jurisdiction, specifically those that are deemed non-jurisdictional, jurisdictional being within the Corps' purview. However, there are gaps in that purview, that state purview. Anything less than an acre, not part of a larger common plan, receives an auto coverage permit, meaning they are not submitting to the state. They're auto coverage. So there is no purview from the state in terms of wetland impacts if it's less than an acre, not part of a larger common plan. Additionally, there is a lack of enforcement. The Coastal Zone Management Act doesn't do a good job of outlining enforcement capabilities of the state to go after people who have impacted wetlands without a state or federal permit. Also, protective measures on wetlands, have shifted away from imposing buffers and covenants and restrictions. This is at state level. And the shift more now has moved towards paying into the South Carolina Wetland Mitigation Bank. So for our area, that does not protect wetlands. So justification for us imposing our current wetland ordinance and then amending these revisions is to ensure protections of our wetlands here. Okay. So staff are requesting that Town Council approve the proposed amendments to UDO Section 510 Stormwater and 9.2 are defined terms as they pertain to the wetland ordinance. The Planning Commission and WAPAC have provided their recommendation of approval of the proposed text amendments as presented. As a reminder of why we're even here tonight, the current wetland ordinance was adopted as an interim wetland ordinance that was always meant to be later superseded by a comprehensive wetland ordinance that incorporates our consultant team recommendations. This is McCormick Taylor and Center for Watershed Protection. Feedback from the public, which was garnered during a standalone 30-day public comment period, in addition to 4 public comment opportunities associated with public meetings, not including tonight, and also reliance upon a new town-owned wetland mapping tool. The town is currently relying on the National Wetland Inventory as our source of mapped wetlands. However, it's out of date for our area and doesn't often indicate the presence of smaller isolated wetlands, of which we know we have an abundance. So reliance upon a town-owned wetland mapping tool was a big part of these amendments. The wetland ordinance is applicable town-wide in that the town does have a review of all proposed impacts to wetlands across our jurisdiction. However, the 50-foot buffer specifically is not applicable to the PUDs as the development agreements include their own buffer widths per this table on the screen. Since its adoption, town staff have received 1 variance request to be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals and 3 requests for a waiver to be heard by the UDO administrator. This number of variances and waivers hasn't changed since we adopted our ordinance, and it hasn't changed since I was in front of you all in January to workshop these amendments.
Were those granted?
The 3 waivers were yes. So specific to sections 510, stormwater, our revisions include corrections of Scribner's errors and general good housekeeping edits. We are including enhanced resilience-related language under the stormwater section, and we are adding clarifying language regarding the authority of the UDO administrator. Following feedback from public comment period and public comment period tonight, there is concerns about the subjectivity of the UDO administrator's discretion to exempt activities beyond what was already listed as an allowed activity within a wetland and wetland buffer. And also, prior to allowing an exemption, asking for additional information to show protection of the wetlands to the maximum extent practicable. So we have added a reference to town policies and guidelines specifically in these 2 sections of the UDO and the proposed amendments. This includes the waiver policy document that is currently in its draft stage that town staff will utilize, UDO administrator will utilize as we go through these waiver requests in making any decision. And then any decision that is to be made by the UDO administrator is to be documented in writing. We've also got inclusion of a reference to the town wetland mapping tool to aid town staff and applicants in wetland and wetland buffer identification. This map will be on Bluffton Explorer and is planned to go live following second and final reading of these proposed amendments. We are also elaborating on core exceptions. So currently there is exception from the wetland ordinance whereby if there is an impact, a core permit to impact jurisdictional wetlands, it's exempt from our ordinance. We are proposing as staff to revise the language to require an accompanying jurisdictional determination to go along with these core permits, as the core are the only ones who can definitively determine jurisdictional status. I will say that following very recent concerns brought up by potential applicants, staff are recommending that we take this a step further and add in accompanying approved jurisdictional determination to the language, as this is the only jurisdictional determination provided by the Corps where they are looking at all proposed impacts to wetlands on a property and discerning between jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional. This is important for us because as we're looking to navigate where our wetland ordinance would apply, we need to know what is non-jurisdictional. So if you all agree with this, then staff would revise the language and propose that addition of approved jurisdictional determination for second reading. We are also looking to include a list of allowed activities within wetlands themselves. This includes public boardwalks and public multi-use pathways. Following Planning Commission feedback, we've added specific language that multi-use pathways will be pervious to the maximum extent practicable. That currently was not in there as we were focused on meeting ADA compliance, but this was a recommendation so that where feasible, they could be pervious. We're also including a list of assurances for the protection of wetlands and wetland buffers. This includes the permit restriction form that we discussed during that January workshop.
I have a question, Andrea, if you
Yeah,
could.
sure.
So under number 4.2, do we already have a criteria in which we're going to base the need of the accompanying jurisdictional determination on?
Yes. So it's whenever there is an impact to a core, like for a core permit. Whenever someone is trying to come in and say, hey, we've got a core permit, therefore we're exempt from your ordinance, we want to see an accompanying jurisdictional determination. And again, we're recommending that it be an accompanying approved jurisdictional determination. We need to know that it's jurisdictional.
So that
Right. And who will be that governing body? Is that in-house or is that something that's contracted out?
Governing body for what, I'm sorry?
Like in terms of who's going to be that, if they come in with a permit from the Corps that says that they don't have to abide by whatever, they're saying they have a waiver. And our point here is saying that even if they have that permit, they still have to have an additional jurisdictional determination. I'm asking that governing body is our current stormwater team.
The one
Is that
reviewing it,
in-house is what I'm
requiring that?
asking?
Yes, yes. Yes, that would be staff reviewing what they've provided and then say, hey, we need an accompanying jurisdictional determination, yeah. Mhm.
So that's, all that is trust but verify.
Essentially. Mm-hmm. Okay. Associated definitions are also proposed under 9.2. This includes adding definitions of wetland buffer and heavy machinery. The heavy machinery definition applies to 2 exemptions from the entire stormwater ordinance. This is pruning and trimming of vegetation in a wetland or wetland buffer, and any research of soil, water, vegetation, fish, and wildlife. While these activities themselves do not require a stormwater permit, they are an exempted activity from our ordinance. We want to make sure that there isn't any unintended land disturbance, which the use of heavy machinery like excavators and bulldozers can cause. I know there was some confusion during the workshop, so I wanted to clarify that. And then we are also revising the current definition of wetland delineation. Additional language specifying who can provide a wetland delineation has been provided following feedback from Planning Commission and WAPAC. This text that you see on your screen is that proposed additional language. Really, we're looking at somebody who has the professional knowledge or experience in identifying the boundaries of wetlands, and then we gave the example of a wetland scientist. When assessing an application for UDO text amendments, Town Council is required to consider the following criteria as outlined in UDO Section 353. Staff have found the proposed amendments are consistent with comprehensive plan policies for stormwater management. The proposed amendments support best planning practices for stormwater management and support the general welfare of the town and its residents. The proposed amendments have no relationship to the provision of public services, and the proposed amendments comply with the applicable requirements in the application's manual. As granted by the powers and duties set forth in Section 2264 of the UDO, Town Council has the authority to take the following actions with respect to this UDO text application. Approve the application as submitted, approve the application with amendments, or deny it. Our next and last step in this long line here is to take this hopefully to second and final reading next month. And then we will immediately impose the revisions to the ordinance. It'll be applicable. Before we get to a motion, do you guys have any other questions for me?
Questions from
No question, just a comment. I'm always in favor of the wetland protections that we have and have been very proud that we kind of lead the way in that. I just want to make sure that in what we're doing, there's also a tendency to add more, sometimes bureaucracy to belabor, the process. And I want to make sure that what we're doing here does work in tandem with our overall goal of protecting our wetlands. But I don't want it to also come at the expense of punishing those who do abide by our policies for inactions of those or negligible actions of those who preceded these processes. So as long as we continue to put things in place where we're working with individuals that are abiding by our policies and not adding additional points that just belabor what we want, I think is great. So I like the direction of this.
Mr. Wood? I'm good. Mr. Hamilton?
Richard, you're starting to sound like Dan. You're talking too much.
When it comes to wetlands, I'm always going to talk too much.
All right.
Boy, that's exciting.
Good job. Good job, Richard. Thank you.
So what changes were made since the Planning Commission?
To my knowledge, none, actually. We didn't make any text amendments following Planning Commission. They approved the text as submitted.
I think that was it. I think you answered my other questions in your presentation.
Could you go back 3 screens or
Sure.
three?
One more?
I think one more, yes. All right, down at the end,
Yes.
professionals in the fields of environmental science, wetland biology, and ecology, that they have to have all 3 of those, or should that be an or there?
Great.
Just give some thought to that.
Okay. Got it.
Because the way that reads now, they'd have to be a professional in all 3 fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Anything else from council?
That is it. I do have, yes, I have one on the screen for you.
I move to approve first reading of an ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Unified Development Ordinance, Article 5, Design Standards, Section 5.10, Stormwater, and Article 9, Definitions and Interpretations, Section 9.2, Defined Terms.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's unanimous.
And Gia, once again, I'm impressed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have consideration of Accommodation Tax Advisory Committee funding. Recommendations for quarter ending March 31st, 26. Ms. Shannon?
Good evening.
Excuse me.
So for our quarter that ended on March 31st, we received 6 applications for award. Sorry, I'm trying to be louder. For the application period that ended on March 31st, we received 6 applications for funding. 5 out of the 6 were applicants that have been before us previously, and 1 was a new request, that being the marketing campaign for the Beaufort Water Search and Rescue. We have just over $517,000 available for distribution, and we had several lapse grants. Last quarter, you may recall that we didn't report any lapse grants. We are in the process of going through a lot of final reports and quarterly requests that had come in, so we didn't have any lapse grants at that time, which is why the lapse grants in this quarter is really 2 quarters combined. And we've shored up a lot of final reports and closed out a lot of grants that were awarded a while ago. We've made our standard allocations to the general fund, to the DMO, and to housing, which leaves us with our $517,123 available. Here is a snapshot of the average scoring of all the requests that we received last quarter. Hold that for a second. And our first request is from the farmers markets. They actually received an award in December for this calendar year, but they needed some additional funding for facility support related to the rental of venue, rental of Martin Family Park, that they had not calculated enough in their budget for that. So they have come back before us for an additional $9,375 to add to that previous award. If this is approved, that will bring their calendar year 2026 award to $75,875. So this chart looks a little different than the others because we wanted to break out the previous award, the new award, and what the new total would be.
Okay, are we going to vote on each one of these as we go, correct?
Yes.
That's what it's easier that way. Questions from council? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mayor. I move to approve a $93.75 supplemental grant to the Farmers Market of Bluffton for additional facility support during 2026 market season.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
Our next one is from the Symphony for their 2 concerts that they do in the fall. Outdoor Pops, that is part of Arts and Seafood Festival, and their Holiday Pops concert that they do at St. Gregory the Great in November each year. This year they're requesting $46,818, and the committee voted unanimously to make this award.
Questions? If not, is there a motion?
I move to approve a $46,818 grant to the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra for the 2026 Bluffton concerts.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Our next one is the Beaufort Water Search and Rescue Organization. This is essentially the same request that was considered last quarter for the purchase of a replacement boat. The amount did increase from $20,000, which was just for the boat last time. This time they're asking for $21,875, which includes some equipment for the boat, as well as delivery of the boat. The committee again voted not to make a recommendation of award as they felt this does not fit the parameters of accommodations tax. So you have 2 motions on the screen for this, either to support the recommendation made by ATAC or modify that recommendation.
So the application was complete other than it just didn't qualify for your interpretation of ATAX?
Correct.
I do have a question on that interpretation before I make a vote on it. I would always want to go by the recommendations of the committee, and I want to make sure either Shannon can respond or Natalie that this is an applicable award in terms of what the state ATAC parameters have set, and if not, should we then be, if we're all in favor of this request, taking this from a separate fund? Like, I don't want to take from ATAC, and this is not what the state allows, because they have a very strict criteria in terms of what you're able to use funds for.
My recommendation is that we deny this as well as the committee has, and we vote on it later on.
Well, it's basically the motion is the ATAC committee denied it.
Yes.
So if you take the first motion, you're agreeing with the ATAC committee to deny it.
Right. Because we're going to award it in a different place.
That's what you discussed earlier with the second reading of the budget, yes.
Correct.
Yeah. Just to clear the air, I'm not
Exactly sure why it doesn't fit in.
my knowledge of it, I know we use ATAX for police protection, and improvements on facilities. You know, there's a number of things where ATAX can be used.
It has to be specifically connected to an event.
You know, I take this as
A safety,
just like a police officer, or just like a flock camera.
you know, when there's another service that's being,
You know, and I'm not going to argue about it or anything. I see where it is related to some of the other things that we do use ATAX money for.
I believe the committee's general sense is that their funding is to attract the tourists here. And then once they're here for an event or to visit a museum or a facility that has brought them here, then we fund other things that support that initiative. And the buying a boat is not making people want to come here necessarily, if that makes
Well,
sense.
it is a service to them. So, okay. I'm fine.
Good.
So is there a motion?
I move to support the recommendation made by the ATAX Committee of no award to the Beaufort Water Search and Rescue for the purchase or replacement of a boat.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next one.
The next one is also from the same organization. This is the marketing campaign that was also discussed earlier in the budget discussion. They have requested $7,500 to prepare like brochures and pamphlets to be left at boat docks and DNR offices to essentially make people aware of their existence, for their services, and just educate people that are here on boater safety if they are out on the water. And this is similar to the boat. They didn't feel that this was a marketing campaign that would attract people to come to Bluffton. It was just sort of informing them of things that existed once they're already here. So for this one, they also voted unanimously to not recommend an award.
I got a question for you. You denied it a month ago, so maybe 2 months ago?
The boat, yes. This is the first time they've requested marketing funds.
Okay, but they came back and asked for the boat again with more money.
Correct.
Did they give you more information?
Just an updated quote that had additional equipment and the cost of the delivery of the boat, but the rest of it was the same.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or motion?
I move to support the recommendation made by ATAC of no award for Beaufort Water Search and Rescue for the fiscal year 2026 targeted marketing campaign.
Second. Second.
Our next application is from the Bluffton MOK Observance Committee for the 11th Annual Juneteenth Celebration Weekend. They are requesting $20,000 across several eligible categories of ATAC. Again, ATAC voted unanimously to make this award.
Marcia, I need a recusal form for this.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a comment on this one.
Go ahead, Ms. Barton.
First, I just want to know that I do fully support this Juneteenth holiday and obviously this celebration. But I did see in the application that they are requesting to shut down a fairly large part of May River Road on the Saturday, which, you know, is with traffic to Hilton Head check-in, check-out day in the middle of the summer, is a very big request in my eyes. I believe last year was the first time that it was requested to be shut down the road, and I cannot support the shutting down of May River Road in the middle of the summer on a Saturday, this big of a section. But again, I have no problem with the funds and using it, and obviously it very much qualifies. I just have an issue with the shutting down of May River Road.
As we're not voting on this issue yet, I do have a question. Councilwoman Burton, did you attend the Juneteenth Festival last year?
I did not. I was taking my...
From voting.
I'm happy to answer her question.
You actually supposed to leave. You're supposed to leave the room.
I don't mind answering her question.
But we don't do that, but.
I was taking my daughter to camp that day, and I could not attend.
No comments, no conversation. Yeah. Okay.
So were you still talking in there? I'm sorry.
No, but I was happy to answer her question.
I didn't hear the question or the answer. Okay. Anything for you, Mr. Wood?
No, I'm good.
You, Mr. Hill?
No.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
I move to approve 20,000 grant for the Bluffton MLK Observation Committee in support of the 11th Annual Juneteenth Celebration Weekend.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 I was a no.
No. So that's 3-1, one recusal. Up next, we have the,
Got one more.
that's your job.
Come on, get the answer.
Our last application is from Historic Bluffton Foundation for operations of the Hayward House Museum. It's the $50,000 max that's in our policy is allowable for operating expenses, which is the same as what they requested for this current fiscal year. This would be $50,000 for their next fiscal year. It does not include any payroll or capital expenses.
Questions from council? Ms. Frazier? Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hamilton?
No questions.
Ms. Burden?
No questions.
Is there a motion?
I move to approve $50,000 grant for the Historic Bluffton Foundation in support of FY 2027 operation expense related to the Hayward House Museum.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sam.
Up next, we have approval to authorize
A construction contract with Nick's Construction Company, Inc. for the new Riverside Barn Park Disc Golf Course. This will impact $229,385.03. Mr. Pat Rooney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to submit another construction contract for your review and consideration. This one's for the new Riverside Barn Disc Golf Course, which originated in the capital improvements program with the adoption of the strategic plan this past year, and it was funded with the fiscal year 26 consolidated budget. The design of the disc golf course started in September this past year with Wooden Partners as kind of the lead consultant. They hired a sub-consultant to work with them named Ace Place Design out of Rock Hill. And they're an interesting group. They just do disc golf courses, and they do the design primarily in the field, working around all the existing trees and such. So it was an interesting process for us. Once we got the layout of the course this past winter, Public Services helped us out by underbrushing the golf course or the disc golf fairways, so we can get to this point where we can start construction this summer. This is a layout of the disc golf course. There are 5 holes that are kind of in that large open lawn area adjacent to Highway 170. Those are kind of the starting and returning holes. The baskets themselves are kind of nestled into some existing trees that are remaining in that meadow area. So I don't think you'll get a feel that this changes that large meadow area that much. I'm told that these baskets can be pulled up as well. If we have a large event in that large lawn area, it wouldn't impact those events or overflow parking or something like that. The golf course is kind of designed for beginners and moderate players, but is also challenging enough for the more experienced players. So this is the general scope of work for this contract. There's a lot of site cleanup that needs to be done. The fairways need to be graded out and mulched in the end. There's some selective pruning of trees for the area where they throw the disc golf disc. There's construction of 18 4x8 concrete pads. That's where they do a 3-step and throw the disc down the fairway. There's installation of disc golf baskets. We have to do some fence modification for players to go from the lawn area into the wooded area and back. So there's a little bit of work on the existing fence that there's along the tree line. We're also installing 2-rail fence along the lagoon edges in certain areas because we want to keep people from getting too close to the lagoon. And there's a lot of signage related to this. There's an overall course layout of that image I showed you earlier. And then there's the signs at each tee box that show the direction of the holes. And there's also some hazard signs related to the lagoon itself and along the pathway. There's also some site furnishings, not too much. There's a couple benches, a couple trash receptacles, and an AED that's being placed out there. And then there's a little bit of buffer screen planting along the, I guess that would be the southern edge adjacent to New River Forest. There's one hole that kind of runs parallel to that, and we want to be good neighbors and make sure it's screened properly. So as far as procurement, we put this out to bid in April and got bids back in May. Unfortunately, the bids we got back were over our budget. They came in over $300,000. So we took the low bidder, which was Nick's Construction, and worked with them to try to value engineer the project to reduce costs. And the number that we ended up with was $208,000, which was a $98,000 reduction from the original bid cost. The majority of that came as a result of redesigning a couple of holes that had retaining walls and had steps up to a kind of a pad area where the actual baskets were. Removing that was about $58,000 reduction, so that was a big portion of our reduction. Also, our public services people are going to install our site furnishings, the 2-rail fence, and the buffer plantings for us. So they can do that about a third of the cost of what we had in our bid for this project. And then the last thing was, as a result of the first item on the list there, the redesign of the disc golf, there was a reduction in the contractor fee and elimination of an engineering fee that would have been required for the design of the retaining walls and steps and such. So our request tonight is for town council to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with Nick's Construction for the disc golf course. The contract amount is $208,531.85, and we are requesting a 10% contingency to cover any unforeseen changes that may arise during construction. So the total fiscal impact is $229,385.03. Our next steps would be, if you all decide to approve this, is to schedule a pre-construction meeting, and at that pre-construction meeting, we would set a notice to proceed. Right now, that's scheduled to be mid-July to start construction, and it's a 130-day construction period. Given good weather conditions, we could be playing disc golf out there in October, mid-October. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer that. And otherwise, there is a motion in your packet for your consideration. Any questions?
Questions from council?
Yes, I have some.
Go ahead, Mr. Hamilton.
Where is the nearest disc golf course to our?
The two that I'm aware of is Jasper County State Park or Jasper County Park. There's a disc golf course out there. Sergeant Jasper, yes. And then there's one on Hilton Head now where they kind of reutilized an old golf course that they bought the property, and they're using the golf fairways for it. So that's apparently a very long course. But this is interesting because it's got some open holes and it's got some fairly narrow wooded holes. So it's got a lot of character to it.
And what is the uses of those two golf courses? How many people do you think in those two communities actually participate on these courses?
I don't know the participation rate, but I know that when we had some open house related to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, there was a group of disc golfers that came to that event and expressed their excitement that we were getting ready to do this. And I think it gives them a little bit another place to play, that they don't have to go to Savannah or go to Florida to play disc golf.
It's a lot of money. So if we're spend that kind of money, we would need to make sure that this is popular as what's the other thing that pickleball, where everybody wants to play. Even Dan wants to play.
I'm going to start a senior league for this disc golf, Fred, and you're part of my team. Are you finished?
Yes, go ahead.
May I jump in?
Jump.
I looked it up today, and I looked it up again right now. I was shocked, okay? I had no clue how popular this sport was. 40 countries right now, and I thought I had seen somewhere today, it's not here, but about 50 million people play it. 16,000 disc golf courses, and there's even leagues of this side, professional disc golf leagues. They got an organization with members of 112,000. There are 318,870 total members, and 112 plus subscribed members of a disc golf association. So all I'm trying to say is, I wondered if it was a fad, that maybe it would flame out. But it's a growing sport from everything I read today. I knew nothing. I was like, wow, I'm ignorant about it. So it's possibly very impressive.
Did it say how many people in this area is playing?
I didn't look for that. I just did Wikipedia is all I did.
I mean, I saw a tournament at the Hilton Head course recently, and there was a lot of players that came for that event. I can't say that it happens every weekend or anything like that, but there's some interest.
So you saw a tournament?
Excuse me, yes.
Was it a tournament?
Yes.
But in your costs here, Pat, a lot of the costs around this is not limited to just the actual the disc activity itself, but it's the site grading and it's everything else that's involved with that I think should be like included in a sense of like as folks are trying to understand like where the cost is coming from. It's not just like the equipment or the game itself, but the need to actually prep that site for this particular purpose in addition to whatever else is being put into it.
You said you had 3 bids on this project?
We had 2, and one was Nick's Construction, and they were 306, something like that. And the other one, I think, was 360. 392. So we went to Nick's and said, can you help us out here? We need to get within budget, and that's why they came up with this. And Bridget's right. I mean, when you consider it's 4,700 feet long, it's 20 feet wide fairways. We have to make it safe and accessible, so we need to grade it out. We need to make it sure that it's not a hazard.
Is whole sponsorship something that we should consider?
Yeah, I heard that earlier. We're more than willing to take that on. I mean, that would be fine if somebody wants to do that.
I agree with Fred. It's a lot of money, but I have heard how popular it is, and this is something that I know I've heard a lot of people ask for. But I mean, if people are willing to sponsor these holes, I think it's something we should absolutely consider.
I do like the idea of the sponsorship.
And I think that's something we can look into, especially since we just started the sponsorship program for events and stuff like that. It's an opportunity that exists out there that we could open up.
Sounds good.
But we're still going to include the money so that they can build it before we can get a sponsor to make a donation.
Sounds good. Well, then I'll move to approve the motion as presented on the screen.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Save that contingency, though. Ought to be able to see this job.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to introduce Ariana and Chase to present the 2027 marketing plan that the DMO will provide for the town.
This is consideration of a resolution for fiscal year 2027 annual marketing plan presented by the Destination Marketing Organization. Ms. Ariana, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council, Town Manager. Thank you for having us. Thank you for making the accommodations. I appreciate it. My name is Ariana Pernice. I am the Vice President of the Visitor and Convention Bureau for the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, and my colleague Chase O'Dell.
I'm Chase O'Dell. I'm the Research Manager for the Chamber of BCTV.
And tonight we're here to present our proposed plan and budget, as well as a look back on what we did in this last calendar year of 2025, and we're looking forward to fiscal year, as you mentioned, Mayor, to fiscal year 26-27. So if you're okay, I'll proceed on the screen. Tonight we'll talk about 2025 calendar year in review. We'll talk about just quickly how we are in partnership with the town of Bluffton And third, what our plan is moving forward for promoting tourism in the town of Bluffton for fiscal year 26-27. If we look back in the 2025 calendar year, and the reason we do calendar year, because when the plan goes to be put together for the future, 26-27, we have to put a timestamp on it, and we look at the calendar year prior. The vacation planner is wildly successful. It is a 30,000 piece that we develop and distribute across multiple different touch points. It is not only fulfilled as a walk-in piece, it is placed in our accommodations, but it is also fulfilled at our AAA offices across the country, at all of our South Carolina welcome centers. We take them to all trade shows and events. And Chase has a great story. He just attended IPW, which is an event down in Fort Lauderdale this year, where we engage leisure tour operators. And if you want to tell your story.
Yeah, so on the table, we had a copy of the Bluffton Vacation Planner. We have handouts we hand out to people so they get information on the destination. But we brought one copy of the Vacation Planner just to show people and walk them through it. And so myself, one of my coworkers, there was a break throughout the day, so we let me grab a cup of coffee, and when we came back, somebody had taken the Bluffton Vacation Planner.
They liked it so much. But we're very proud of the fact that this is a piece that, with the number that we have provided, the 30,000 in 2026, 25, I want to make sure I have it right. 25, excuse me, with my numbers, that we were fulfilling over 27,000, almost 28,000 of those books. Currently, in our, just so you can have a reference point, we are fulfilling 2026, and we are more than halfway through.
We're over halfway.
Halfway, which is, again, this piece is picked up, it is used, and we had some fun pieces. I don't know if you've had a chance, I'm spending a lot of time on the vacation planner, but we're very excited about a new opportunity that we placed in it. It's called the Bluffton Ramble. And the Bluffton Ramble is a way, as we all promote the parks and family and engagement, that we start and finish at the new Welcome Center here in Bluffton. And it takes you on a tour of Old Town, and then along the way it gives you different opportunities of discovery. And then from there, when you return back to the official Welcome Center, you're given a sticker. It's become so popular that we had to print standalone copies of the Ramble. So if there are multiple kiddos in the group, they can use it as well. It is between 36 and 37. And this is also digital, so people can access this on the visitbluffton.org site as well. So again, we love this piece. It is done surprisingly well, and the kids and families alike are loving it. This year's iteration, which we won't spoil, but we're going to do a culinary exploration. So there'll be a kids version and a more of a grown-up culinary component, piece of it, excuse me. So more to come on that. But everything really surrounds, outside of that one print fulfillment piece, surrounds the website. And we're very proud of this website. We think it represents not only the goals of the community, of the town, but also of the visitors and what they're looking for. And so Chase will talk to a little bit about the website performance in terms of page views, ad impressions, and referrals.
Yeah, so it was actually a pretty good year overall for website metrics, and that, just to give some context, for a lot of destinations, that is not the case right now. We'll get more into it later, but AI search has really disrupted the way people like search and interact with websites. So to see these metrics here are actually very encouraging. It's about a 2% rise in the number of page views. Ad impressions are about flat, and we did see a double-digit increase percentage-wise in referrals, and that's referrals as clicks over to businesses within the community. Social was kind of a similar story. Social worked very well for us this year. We added a little bit over 8,500 new followers, which puts our total follower count at about 65,000. A lot of that is coming from Facebook. Facebook is our biggest platform, followed by Instagram, and then TikTok, and then kind of down from there. But Facebook is the biggest. So we've seen encouraging growth there, and it's becoming, again, as we talk about some of the headwinds that websites are facing, social is becoming even more important than it has been in the past. So that's a focus for us.
Can I ask you a question on that? My kids tell me I'm old because I'm on Facebook. Does old people?
I agree with them.
Okay. All right.
As you feel a little bit older and demographic to engage, But then Instagram would be its younger sister, if we can. And then TikTok is really an exciting new platform, new to many who have dabbled in Facebook or feel more comfortable in Facebook. We see that conversion with our younger visitor subset. They do all things on TikTok. So it's just, how are we doing that split of share in terms of funds? But Facebook has worked very hard for us as a destination. It's exciting to see because they engage, and if you see what they're doing on social and it's translating over to the website, the average length of time spent on a website in our industry is 43 seconds. We're getting 21, almost 22 seconds of someone's time. So they're really engaging, and it starts on social media, and it really translates over. People are engaged with what we're doing here, and I think it's exciting to help tell that story. And on stories, we will talk about public relations. Public relations is an earned part. It's those relationships that we build and that we have with editors across different publications, online and print, or a combination of. And you can see here of the 2025 calendar year, there were over 190 mentions of the town of Bluffton, which, again, if you were to go out and purchase that, it is well over the budget's allowed and that you would want to seek. So I think, those ad impressions and the added value that you see there are something to be very proud of. And we get into that a little bit further on the next page when you look at some of those accolades and people who are talking about us. And what I think is so important about what people are talking about you is you're not having to say it yourself. People are shouting it from the rooftops for you. And that's the best endorsement that you can get. So when you look at accolades and people telling you you're the best fall getaway from Southern Living, Country Living, Ebony, Travel and Leisure, and Country Living, those are things you want to hang your hat on, and that people are, again, through those earned relationships, they're excited about the town of Bluffton, and they're screaming it and shouting it from the rooftops, and they're doing it so in partnership to say, hey, we want to tell all of our readership about it. And so that's one thing that we're very excited about.
So this is just a basic summary of where we're going to cover in more detail as we continue through here. But basically, this is how we approach our entire marketing plan. And this is a plan, these experiences that you see at the bottom here were created in collaboration with the town of Bluffton. And like I said, we're going to go into more detail on all these, but these are kind of our guiding principles.
We do that underneath our vision, mission, and brand commitment to the town of Bluffton. These are things, again, that we held hands together several years ago when we did the planning efforts for how we will approach tourism. And so, again, these are in partnership that this brand commitment that we live against every single day and chart forward with on the vision and mission.
And so now that we talked about our guiding principles, this is the more strategic, these are the goals that we're trying to accomplish, and this is how we plan to accomplish that. Building brand awareness, driving discovery, have a strategic mix of different methods that we use to do that. We also have an enhanced leisure and group business strategy this year. And obviously we want people to respect the delegate ecosystem and respect the natural beauty that Bluffton has.
When you look at the budget, we're focused on the middle column, and it's the fiscal year 26-27 Bluffton of $340,000. And if you look at this breakdown, what you'll see that's new to this grid this year versus years past is that we have a dedicated public relations line. That's new. We've never had that before, dedicated effort, though we did always pursue public relations on behalf of the town of Bluffton. We felt it was important based on the conversation we'll have in a little bit regarding the new headwinds that we're facing, that PR is going to continue to be a very important component to ensuring tourism into the destination. So again, the ask is for $340,000 for the fiscal year 26-27.
And so what you see in front of you here is the results of our 2025 visitor profile study. That's a survey that we send out to visitors from Bluffton. They answer it and they give us information about who they are, why they came to Bluffton, what they loved about it. But this year is actually the first year that we've actually started incorporating geolocation data. So it's not just survey results. It's also, we utilize a service called Placer AI where we can actually geofence the town of Bluffton or specific locations within it and gain high-level demographic information about people who visited the town. So we're no longer bound just by the survey responses. We can actually get much more detailed analysis that we can fold into these studies. So visitors to Bluffton this year did skew female. That's a trend we're kind of seeing in a couple different places across the nation. So the female is the decision maker in decisions around travel. The traveler is very affluent, very educated, high proclivity to travel. This is exactly the kind of demographic we're going after.
And though she is the decision maker at the final click, it is a collaborative discussion. And there are many weighing in. So why it's important to be on Facebook and TikTok is because everyone's at the table talking about it. And so where do you want to go this year? And if we're feeding different ads or imagery of the destination, everyone is able to talk about that and make their recommendations before that click is made.
All right, and so these are kind of the personas we break that target demographic into. So you can kind of see all the information there. But there's several different types of travelers, like archetypes as they are. And so these are kind of how we separate those out and kind of inform how we market to those specific groups.
So it isn't just, don't think of it as a blanket effort outreach, but we are being specific where appropriate to talk more on a deeper scale about if this is a family-oriented conversation or people enjoy weekends, and we've seen those trends for some of the analytics and insights that we can gain. So knowing where we've been and who we're targeting, where are we going in fiscal year 26-27? It's going to be digitally led, and I'll let Chase talk about kind of some of the headwinds that the industry is facing, but I would even go as far as saying we are all facing in all of our businesses. And this is some of that new GEO, SEO conversation that we've had. And I don't want to go too far, but if this is a good place for us to start talking about that.
Yeah, I'm going to jump ahead to the next slide real quick, just to talk about the overall marketing. Well, I use the term funnel. This obviously doesn't look like a funnel. Funnel has a weird connotation, but this is just the basic strategy we go into. So the top level, casting the widest possible net, is awareness. That's just getting destination imagery out there, letting people know that Bluffton is here, kind of getting that thought in their head. Then we move down to intent, and that's where we've moved to, okay, I'm aware of Bluffton. Now, let me start thinking about, do I want to travel to Bluffton? After that, the last step of the journey is conversion. That's when they have decided they want to come to Bluffton, and they are going to actually make a booking and convert from being a potential visitor to a visitor. And so along that spectrum, you see the different touch points that we have to reach those people along that journey.
So again, we go from the awareness is really creating an awareness and generating that demand, and then it's really capturing the demand at the very other side of it. So I think, what we do on a daily basis is ensure that we're meeting that visitor of where they are in that process, and we continue to pull them along.
All right, so now we get to talk about the GEO aspect. So I'm sure you guys are familiar with the term SEO. That's kind of been the industry standard for quite a while. But things are changing, and I've used this phrase too many times now, but like to call it disrupted is an understatement. Google generative search and AI overviews have completely changed the internet landscape. So you see here kind of the visual. The old way that you may have been used to was you want to travel somewhere, you want to know what to do in Bluffton this weekend or where to stay in Bluffton. You would type it in. Google would send you like a list of websites you could click on. You click to the website, you read the information, you clicked over, you booked maybe. That's not really the case anymore. Now you go and Google, places to stay in Bluffton, and Google will serve you an AI summary that says, oh, here's a bunch of information about places to stay, and that person may never actually make their way to a website. We call that zero-click search. They get the information they need, they close their browser, and they move on, right? It's completely changed how we have to build our website. So now, I'm going to go ahead one more slide. Yeah, so now the name of the game isn't necessarily driving visitation to our website. The name of the game is the value on our website is becoming the source of authority for all things Bluffton, right? So when an AI surfaces information to give to someone in that AI overview, it's important that information is accurate, that information is on brand, and that information is trustworthy. So our job on our website is to build our website so it's easily crawlable by AI bots. AI considers us trustworthy. AI considers us a source of record, so that information that's served in those summaries is coming from us. And that's the value in our destination website, is making sure that even if someone doesn't get to us, to our website, they're still getting information that we created and that they can trust.
So I think it's important here as a takeaway Metrics are changing. Websites are still relevant, but they're only relevant if you're the authority. And so Chase has been ahead of the curve and has introduced himself to Google and has made inroads to beta test with them on several occasions and has a clear line of communication with Google and the people kind of leading the charge within this GEO space. And with that has learned not only along the different stages of what rollouts they have, as this is like real time developing in terms of what GEO is and what it means to our industry, he has been available and able to work with our team to ensure that we are the authority, that then now we're getting the credit for it, that, you know, we're not just showing up, but we're getting that check that, okay, and they're getting a little bit of a credit for it as well. All those things go towards where we think it's going to go, and in making sure that we're in the right place.
Yeah, and it takes, and I promise I'll go through some of this a little bit quicker than I have been, but there's basically 3 ways that you optimize for this. There is the on-page content. The way an AI bot reads a website is completely different than the way a human reads a website. So if you remember back in the day, you would like, let's say there's a blog post or something, you want to give it like a catchy title to catch a human eye. Well, for AI, they want to know exactly what that article's about. They don't want something catchy. They want something they can say, this is what this is about. This is how I can pull it. So that's the on-page content we're adjusting. Then there's the technical aspect. That's the behind-the-scenes stuff, the markup and stuff we can do on the back end of the website to make it easier for those crawlers to understand what they're getting. But then there's the third piece, which is off-page, because the way you build credibility is basically other places linking to you and saying that you're the authority. So it's not just what we do on our website, it's making sure that we utilize social or those earned media pieces that all are driving people back to our destination website to show those bots, okay, this is the source of authority because so many other people are linking to them. So it's a 3-pronged approach.
And we had mentioned that our metrics are adjusting. There are no, as Chase will mention just next, that basically we have kind of held ourselves accountable for 12 to 13 metrics when we report out how do we do for the year regarding tourism for the town of Bluffton. And I think now what we're going to see is that is adjusting real time, that those metrics have not even been defined by Google. They're in the process of creating them. But Chase, again, has been a leader in that space and working alongside Google and has provided a couple new ways to look at these metrics as they are being built.
Yeah, and just to walk through a couple of these, AI citation share is basically how often AI is citing you within a given response. Then there's agent conversion rate. That just means how many people are actually converting to your website from an AI chatbot. So if I go into ChatGPT and I say, where to stay in Bluffton this weekend, I get a list, I want to learn more, and I click over from there to the website. That is a different kind of conversion than it would be from a Google search. API calls, that's how often your website's being scraped by the bots. And then AI content accuracy. You guys are all probably aware AI can hallucinate from time to time, so making sure that when information about Bluffton is brought up, that it's accurate is another metric we can track.
I've got a question, and I've seen that too many times to count on AI, that it's just totally, like, where is that coming from? It's totally wrong. So you kept mentioning Google, and Google was the primary search engine before AI jumped out there. And now you've got ChatGPT and Claude and these other things. A lot of us, I'm assuming, I'm one, I go to the AI bot ChatGPT, but sometimes don't even bother with Google. Is one starting to move in on top of the other and compete with them?
Yes, that's a good question. So yes, a lot of people are using ChatGPT, and a lot of people are using Claude. Those are still, those make up a significant market share, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the times when people are using those, they're using it more as an assistant. Whereas people who are using AI overviews or Gemini or whatever, because on Google, you don't have to open up an AI bot, right? You just open up a Chrome tab, and then right there in the search bar, you type something, and then the AI just kind of shows up. So you don't have, since you don't have to open a separate program for that, overall, when we're talking about search, Google is still dominant in that space. And we kind of anticipate that continuing to be the case. I think OpenAI or ChatGPT rolled out their own browser a couple months ago, but Chrome is still far and away the most popular browser in America. So they still have kind of a monopoly, at least as of right now, on people doing research like that.
Wake up, Chris.
Trying.
It's election night. Let's go. We got much more?
We can run through part of this quick. This is just kind of a summary slide explaining kind of just a summary of what we just went over.
Half of what you're talking about, I don't have a clue in.
Great. We're on it. We're working on it, and we've got the best out there on it, which is Chase is doing a great job with the team.
So, again, websites are relevant. Visit Bluffton is really working hard for us in many, many ways. And so we will continue to lean into the data and the personalization of the website. We think that's very important as people are asking very specific questions when they're looking for travel. And so we will continue to lean into the community, to our businesses, and understand how they are promoting themselves and how we can work together on those efforts. Just a reminder, the website, social media, as we talked about, and how GEO is using that. I'm going to go quicker.
Yeah, just putting a focus on social because it meets users in a way that's a little bit simpler and more seamless than the web experience right now.
So we have our goals around social media, which again are just showcasing the brand pillars, local businesses and stakeholders, capitalize on top performing content, and further generate destination awareness in those key out markets, which will strengthen discoverability and help with the AI efforts. We talked about PR and how important that will be and that we've dedicated dollars to that. And leisure media partnerships. We've had great success talking with the readership of third parties like Condé Nast, Travel and Leisure, Southern Living, Ebony, Garden and Gun. Those really resonate to those who are looking for the town of Bluffton. And so we will continue to seek those opportunities and bring them forward to you when they present themselves.
I'll kind of jump through this section again very quickly, but we have a new director of sales who's been great. She's kind of revamped our meetings and group sales strategy. So what we're really focused on here is groups that bring in high rates, groups that match the event size for what our hotel partners are looking for. We've come up with some of these, groups are looking for those types were made in collaboration with the hotels to make sure we were on the same page. And then if we jump ahead a little bit, you see what the markets are for the groups that we're trying to bring in, and then the kind of experiences we're trying to give them while they're here to get them here to Bluffton.
We talked about the fulfillment. Again, we feel very comfortable with that 30,000 piece or 30,000 number, and we are fulfilling that.
And there is a demand for it. So we're very excited. This is, again, just a snapshot that, of where we distribute those.
All right, and this is the last slide. So I'll just kind of make this kind of a summary. Our research strategy is not based on a single data point. It's based on using multiple data points to get a clear picture for the destination totality. So it's not only figuring out who our visitors are, why they're coming, what they like about us, but also once they're here, what is the economic impact they're having on the community, and are they bringing value to the people of Bluffton?
Thank you. We'll take your questions. We appreciate the opportunity.
Questions from council?
I have a couple, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, I'm curious, so for the tourism portion of it, with the exception of the Montage, the Old Town has been kind of our destination for people to come, walk, visit the shops and stuff. And because of the economy and high rents and stuff, we have some issues going on in the Old Town for the merchants. One thing I'm curious about is there a way to keep up with that to determine when people come here, are they really visiting and hanging out at Old Town? To determine whether we're getting the foot traffic we need to help them sustain themselves. And then the next question would be, we have very few hotels, as everybody knows. So when we're bringing people this direction, how many of them are we losing to Hilton Head? Because over the years, what I've always seen, I can't count the number of people that go to Hilton Head to stay, but then they come over and visit us for the day. But they're not going to stay here, because there's not that many hotels. So they go back to Hilton Head. So I'm curious, what are we losing to them, if there's a way to determine that?
To your first point about Old Town and seeing foot traffic coming in and out of businesses, Yes, that Placer AI tool I mentioned earlier that we use to fold into our visitor profile study, that doesn't just look at a market level, that can also look at property level, as long as it's commercial and not residential property. But basically, yes, we can draw a fence around a business, track foot traffic, track it year over year, see the kind of demographic coming in and out of the business, see, what times of year are most popular for that business. That is information we have access to, and we're more than happy to work with businesses in Old Town and help share some of that information.
They could use it.
Yeah. And to your other point about some of that cross traffic between Hilton Head and Bluffton, I believe our visitor profile study does kind of lay out the difference between overnight visitors and then day trip visitors. So that's kind of the metric you can look at, but I'd be more than happy to dig further into that to get a more concrete answer.
Dan already took all my questions.
Good job, thank you.
Good.
Thank y'all
Great
very much.
presentation. Appreciate what you do.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a motion.
On here, would someone like to talk about it or make it?
I move to approve a resolution for the fiscal year 2027 budget and marketing plan with the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce.
Is there a second?
So moved.
All in favor, like to say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much, Natalie.
Okay, up next, we have consent agenda items. Is there anything needs to be removed, or would anybody on council like to remove? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to move into executive session for personnel matters regarding town council appointments of boards, committees, and commissions pursuant to Freedom of Information Act 30-4-70A1?
So moved.
Is there a second? We are in executive session. session, no votes were taken. We will have motions,
Action.
action here in a minute. When,
She's going through the limit.
Did you get that, Bridget?
No, I got it from, it was by Larry.
No, you got it.
Venue Exploratory Committee, Ashley Feaster, Charlie Wetmore, David Johnson, Lisa Sulka, Joel Taylor, Lynn Hummel, and Hussam Abu Qatar. I make a motion to reappoint the following citizens with terms expiring June 30th, 2029. Christy Parker, Nate Pringle, and Scott Thrasher to the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee. Jessica Palladino to the Beautification Committee. Dennis Polite, Doug McGill, and Meg James to the Affordable Housing Committee. Tim Dolnick and Jerry Workman to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Joe Nix, Rob Marino, and Carrie Miller to the Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeal. Joe DePupo, Carletha Frazier, Jim Hess, and Debbie Wonder to the Historic Preservation Commission. Michael Brock and Lydia Depew to the Planning Commission. Michael Frazier, Reginald Howard, Myra Riviera Vasquez, and Tabor Vox to the Law Enforcement Citizens Advisory Committee.
I second those recommendations.
any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
No, Dan, that's my turn.